Good evening, everyone. We're going to call the City Commission meeting for Monday, October 17th, 2022 to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Bradford?
Present.
Commissioner King? Here. Commissioner McCool?
Here.
Commissioner Ramos?
Present.
Commissioner Sosa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Vasquez?
Present.
Mayor Hertzberg?
Here. And this evening, we're going to turn the meeting over to Commissioner Sosa for the invocation and pledge and so forth.
I'd like to welcome Pastor Byron Herschenroeder from Faith Baptist Church of Deltona to lead us in the invocation, please.
Shall we pray? Our Father in heaven, we want to give you special thanks this evening for the help that you've been, the protection you've afforded us during these difficult times. We thank you for aiding us after the storm and the cleanup and all that has involved ourselves after that. We do pray for those that are in need. Some are in this room this evening, and some have urgent, desperate needs. They've lost much. We ask that you would comfort and supply and guide this commission meeting. Lord, I do pray for the business that will be conducted this evening. We recognize that human government is ordained by you. It originated with you. And I pray that you would use these human, imperfect instruments to accomplish your work, may be pleasing to you and helpful to the people that live in our fair city. We thank you for your goodness to us. We ask that everything be done decently and in order. In Jesus' name we ask and pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Herschenroeder. All right, if we'll stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you'll remain standing, they're going to play the national anthem. Thank you.
Okay, beginning our business meeting, item 4A is approval of the minutes of the regular commission meeting of October 3rd, 2022 as presented.
So move.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Next, we have presentations, awards, and reports. And this evening, we have an update on the Hurricane Ian recovery efforts. And this is going to be our only presentation this evening. It is going to be a bit lengthy. And Phyllis, Ron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be kind of the warm-up band for the main show, which will involve hydrology. I'm going to talk a little bit about solid waste and debris pickup, a little bit about construction services, and a little bit about code compliance, and a little bit about FEMA assistance. We'll start with solid waste and debris pickup first.
Ron, can you make sure your mic is on? And
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of stepping back from that.
Thank you.
I'll try and stand still. With that in mind, the solid waste, our provider, Waste Pro, is collecting a normal schedule, and however, they're still not traversing flooded streets. They have, in some cases, sent lighter vehicles to collect some accumulation of trash, but again, it's a case-by-case basis. We'll go into debris pickup, which started last Monday on the 10th. They're working citywide. They have subdivided the city into 6 zones, and those zones are just based on transportation corridors and whatnot that they feel is the most efficient way to facilitate this debris pickup. Today, they have hauled over 8,000 cubic yards of vegetation. The estimated time for completing this round of pickup will be in the next 3 to 4 weeks. I'm going to talk a little bit about, coming back and, kind of the last call, if you will, for debris pickup in just a minute. After they get done with the vegetation, they're going to start picking up and hauling C and D debris from flooded homes. This will go to the landfill at Tomoka, so there's a lot of transport involved in this, a lot of distance hauling and so forth. Some people have been indicating that the hauler has left some debris behind. City staff is working with the hauler to make sure everything's picked up and no one gets forgotten about. As we approach the end of the vegetation hauling period, again, give somebody a last chance, the city anticipates issuing a public service announcement on maybe a Thursday to give everybody at least a weekend to bring out any last-minute debris to the curb for final pickup. Our vegetation debris site is located at the intersection basically of Doyle and State Road 415. It is out of jurisdiction. It's located by the Circle K there, and they are supposedly starting to burn the debris today. Finally, as a reminder, please do not commingle construction, demolition, household trash or debris, and other non-vegetative matter with vegetation debris, and please do not bag, box, or try and contain that debris other than just putting it in a neat pile. Moving on to FEMA. The Disaster Recovery Center is located at the Florida Department of Health at 1845 Holsenbach Drive in Daytona Beach. However, city staff is planning on formally requesting FEMA Disaster City of some form or another to make a presence here within the city. The time frame for that is yet to be determined. Anybody that's having challenges getting to the Holsenbach Drive site in Daytona Beach, evidently Votran will transport those people to the Holsenbach site if they need that. In the interim, it is best to apply for FEMA assistance, assistance.gov. This can be done at home, on the computer, on a phone, but if you don't have access to those electronic devices, you can go to the local library. I went in and kind of, had an impromptu meeting with a couple of very nice librarians, and they told me that they will assist in logging on the web page and some minor navigation, but it's important to keep in mind that there is personal information required, which the librarians can't, get involved in that. And also the librarians are not FEMA representatives, so they're not familiar with the FEMA standards and whatnot. On a more local level here at the city, for the Strategic Housing Initiatives Partnership, the city will start taking applications for hurricane deductibles when people start making claims along those lines, and there may be some other assistance coming out of the state yet to be determined. On the building permits, right now there is no building permit fees for hurricane repairs. In code compliance, the code compliance special magistrate will be canceled until January of 2023. Code will still be engaged in compliance matters, including animal control. Just to reiterate, the city has not been issuing citations with regard to trash piles and the commingling of trash. With that being said, I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Phyllis Wallace for a riveting a presentation on hydrology.
Thank you, Ron.
I'm sorry. I forgot about the chief. I'm eager for this hydrology stuff. Thanks, Chief.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I just got a few assistance type things to tell everybody about so that if they're needing assistance in these areas, that they know where to go. As well as at the library, you can go for disaster assistance through Fema. They'll help you get onto the websites like Ron said. There's also during this week here till Friday, the Family Resource Support Center is there. There's 2 of them that's been set up by the Department of Children's and Families. They've opened one here at the library on Eustis, and they've opened one in New Smyrna Beach at the library on Dixie Highway. These centers will help people navigate help people they have crisis counselors there. They have other professionals to assist in residents that have been impacted. They can help with things like shelter, food, clothing, personal hygiene items, as well as mental health services. Again, you can go to the library or you can call 850-300-HOPE. That's their phone number. That's 850-300-HOPE if you can't make it to the library itself. For food and water, for people that need food that's out there, the Bridge Center in DeLand at 421 South Palmetto Avenue in DeLand is providing hot meals for lunch and dinner Monday through Friday. And then on the weekends, on Saturday and Sunday, they're offering lunch. So if you're needing a hot meal in some way or another, you can go there. They also have their pantry open at the Neighborhood Center at 343 South Woodland Boulevard in DeLand. They are open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and open from 9 a.m. to noon on Friday. That's their food pantry. They're one of the ones that are pretty much open every day other than on the weekends. Other food banks that are around the area is you can find by going to the Second Harvest Food Bank website at feedhopenow.org. If you go to the search area on that website, you can put in Deltona, and you'll find that there are several different churches around the area that do food banks on different days. So you can coordinate which one you would like to go to on which particular day you're looking to go. Also, Food Brings Hope is another organization that's out there. They offer emergency food deliveries to households in Volusia County with children. So if you have children in your household, you can call these people and they can help. They're staffed with volunteers that deliver emergency food banks directly to where families reside and are staying. You can contact them by calling 386-999-1888. That's 386-999-1888, and that line is open 24/7. And finally, the city did do a food drive this Friday. We served almost 800 families here in the city. We don't have anything planned here in the future, but we are going to be watching these food banks to see how they're doing. If they can take care of stuff, then we probably won't have another one. But if they run into issues, then we'll try to help them out first, and then if we need to, possibly have another one here in the city. Businesses, the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program is available now. This program is administered by the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and provides short-term, zero-interest loans to small businesses that have experienced economic injury or physical damage due to the hurricane. You can go to floridajobs.org/EBL. That's floridajobs.org/EBL, Echo Bravo Lima. To learn more about the program, they've also got a phone number of 833-832-4494, and they are open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. So if you're a business and you've been impacted, you can apply for a small business loan through them. Also, people that have sustained property damage to their property and need help and assistance in getting it cleaned up, Crisis Cleanup is a phone number that you can call, and they actually coordinate a lot of the volunteer groups that are coming out. They have volunteers themselves. There's a group called Team Rubicon. There's a Baptist volunteer group that's here in town, and if you call the Crisis Cleanup phone number, they will put you on a list to have these volunteers come out and help out. Now, obviously, with as much damage there is across the state, going all the way across, nothing's guaranteed, but you can call and try and help out. They help out with things like tarping roofs, cutting trees, removing drywall and flooring, removing appliances, mucking, and mold mitigation. So if you call that number, and that number is 800-451-1954. Again, 800-451-1954. You can get on their list, and volunteers may be able to come out and help you with your stuff. And finally, shelters. The shelter in Daytona at the Ocean Center is now closed. They were down to approximately 18 people that were left in that shelter that was affected by Hurricane Ian. So they're working with those people through the Transitional Shelter Assistance Program to try to get those people some temporary shelter. There's now that not Bike Week, but Biketoberfest is over with. They're hoping to there be a lot more hotel rooms and other types of rooms that they can provide assistance with. And again, you're going to call basically the FEMA website for that. The number for FEMA again is 800-621-3362, 800-621-3362, or you can go to disasterassistance.org or download the FEMA site, and you can apply for that transitional shelter assistance, and they will help you provide assistance until you can get back either into your home or find some other type of living arrangements. And with that, I will turn it over to Phyllis.
Is it possible for you to print that report that you just gave?
Yes, sir.
So that we can all have copies of that?
Yes, sir. I'll send it to the city manager.
I'm sorry you don't have some this evening that we could put on the back table, too.
Well, I could probably go make some copies while we're...
That's really
and I'll
good
put
information that ought to be out for everybody.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
And it is, most of this is out on our website as well. And, one more thing. The county kind of coordinates most of the stuff when these things happen. For the cities, they're the major ones. So if you do go to Volusia County Emergency Management website, and at the very top of their website is Hurricane Ian, you click on that. Everything that's on here is on there. So you can go there as well. But I'll make some copies and put them on the back before I leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Snyder. Before I get into this presentation regarding stormwater, I wanted to let everybody know that to date, Public Works has removed over 200 trees from public right-of-ways. We have repaired, replaced, or have readying to replace over 178 signs throughout the city. Oh, is that better? Yeah. Thank you. We have over 22 pumps, either current stormwater pumps that are permanent pumps or portable pumps deployed throughout the city. We've got a couple that we've leased from vendors that have gone down, so we're waiting for repairs on that. Your stormwater staff and public works staff have worked 7 days a week from the inception of this storm until this weekend, and we have scaled down to working 6 days a week. Your pumps are monitored 24 hours a day. We have staff that go out to check to make sure they're functioning. They have fuel. There's nothing that's impeding the functionality of them. So I want to just give you a quick, brief update of where we are to date. And I just want to do this quick presentation regarding the city's stormwater system and give an overall view of how our basins work, the size of our basin, so that we have a better understanding as a community of the impact of this storm on the city of Deltona. Oops, sorry. This slide shows that we have 4 basins: the Teresa Basin, Gleason Basin, McGarity Basin, and the Providence Basin. And as you can tell, the Teresa Basin is the largest basin that we have in the city of Deltona. And I'm just... You can tell from this, hopefully you can tell from this, is the Teresa Basin starts up in Cassadaga, outside the city limits, and it flows all the way down through the city, through the Deltona Lakes, Teresa Lakes, Hidden Lakes, all the way down, gets to Lake Doyle, and then we have our, then we have our final outfall, which was plugged up prior to the event. It is unplugged, and we are now flowing to Lake Monroe. To be very sensitive on the flooding that we've had in Deltona, we took a couple of still shots off of drones that were flown, and as you can tell, our areas were greatly impacted in the Lake Windsor area and also along the DuPont Lakes. This is the McGarity Basin, and as you can tell, it flows through Lake McGarity across Providence, down to Echo Lake, down through Tree Shore, Big Lake, and then further out. The Gleason Basin starts up at Piedmont Lake, goes through Lake Gleason, and then there's your outfall. And one thing I want to point out to everybody is the Lake Windsor area has 2 outfalls. We go to Deep Creek and we go to the Teresa Basin. So the amount of water that we received is flowing through the Teresa Basin is unprecedented, and I hate to keep using that word, but this has been an unprecedented event in the city of Deltona. And I can tell you that we have homes that are flooded. We don't know the exact number. We're hovering around 161. We're hoping that as we can get into the areas that they were just impassable due to the roads being flooded, it will be a much smaller number. And that's my presentation on hydrology in the city of Deltona.
Madam Mayor, may I? Phyllis, thank you so much. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the countless hours answering emails and phone calls without fail. Your staff has been incredible, and y'all are doing a fantastic job. Some of the emails that I received today, I would like a public explanation regarding Stone Island. There has been an outpouring, I know, I'm sure to other commissioners, to city manager regarding that. I said and stated that I did not know enough hydrology to explain what happened there, but I'm hoping that we can give some explanation, or we can talk to our residents at Stone Island. I've heard that it's always traditionally wet, right, and that it's flooded. There are emails to the contrary, but my concern is they are still underwater back there. I need to understand how Deltona, with whatever Deltona, how we are affecting them, when they can maybe see some relief, if you know anything, or how do we get that information to them on a continual basis so that they may know, what's going on there.
We could certainly come up with a way to communicate with the residents on Stone Island. As far as giving projections on when the water's going to recede, it would be ill-advised for me to throw numbers out,
right,
dates and times, but we can certainly monitor what's going on. We're monitoring the water levels because we know that at some point in time when the Teresa Basin gets to a certain level, we will have to turn off the gate valves. But we're well above that at this point, so we're going to continue to flow water as authorized by our emergency authorization from the district that we received.
And what is the effect of Deltona's mitigation system, right, for our lakes? What is the effect that it's had on Stone Island? I'm just trying to understand how our flood mitigation or ongoing processes affect them, as far as them being more flooded than normal, or I'm trying to answer that, you know what I mean, to the public. If there's not a good explanation of that, I understand, but I said that I would ask, and I'm trying to do that for those residents and give them some way to have, maybe not feel so powerless, to have some information in hand.
The data that I have is our watersheds contribute approximately 2% outside the city limits to the St. John's.
Okay.
That doesn't quantify how much it may be impacting Stone Island, but we're not the only people that are discharging to that location.
Yeah. May I ask, and because again, I am not professionally trained to answer these questions. I can deliver food. I can go out into the community. What is the best way, or who should I direct these residents to so that they have follow-up and they have information? What would be the best way to direct them?
Commissioner, if you could just give me until maybe tomorrow, and I can speak with City Manager Chisholm and try to figure out what's the best course of action, whether it's through our PIO office or, another phone number where they can call and speak to somebody directly.
Okay, so I want our residents, the people out in Stone Island to hear that, to hear that the question's been asked. I know that the city manager is hard at work on that. I spoke with him on Friday about that also. So the answer is tomorrow I should have more information and be able to speak with some authority. I don't want to speak out of turn. So thank you for answering that. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Sosa, did you want to?
Yes. All right. My first concern before I ask Phyllis any questions is the interim city manager. I know Mr. Chisholm's here, and we have Marcia sitting there. Who is the interim city manager? Because to my knowledge, Mr. Chisholm was voted in 4-2 Wednesday. However, there's no signed contract. So what are the legalities of anything that's processed tonight that would require a signature from an interim city manager?
I will let the city attorney address that.
Mayor, Commissioners, as I recall, Marcia signed on for 2 weeks, and that ends today. So arguably, she has a couple hours left. You have identified Mr. Chisholm as the replacement interim city manager, and we have worked out a contract. I was going to bring this up as part of my report tonight later on, but happy to do it now. What we will need to complete the contract, not necessarily to complete his selection, but to complete the contract, I would like to ask the commission to appoint a member to come and negotiate. The one item I felt a little uncomfortable resolving was the compensation to be paid to Mr. Chisholm for performing, hazardous duty pay notwithstanding. So I would suggest a respond to you, Commissioner Sosa, by saying Marcia still has a couple hours. If it's the commission's pleasure, then Mr. Chisholm would take over tonight, and we would finalize the contract over the next couple of days to be brought back to you at your next meeting.
Okay. And that I will bring up in commission comments.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
For Marcia being the interim city manager, I'll bring that up in commissioner comments about the legitimacy of whether or not she is our city manager. So, but I just want to put that on record, who is our interim city manager.
Okay, so right now we're in the middle of a stormwater presentation that our residents are here to hear. But Mr. Fowler, would you like this taken care of right now? Or
Certainly, Mary, we certainly can.
Well, if you'd like, we could take care of it after the
I don't mean to interrupt the current presentation.
Okay, Commissioner Bradford?
So I'm totally confused now, because when we made a motion the other night, the motion was made to make Jim Chisholm our immediate city manager. Now, when we have in prior times appointed a city manager, let's take our last one, in fact, we appointed him, he showed up, and then I think a week later we received a contract. So we made a motion at that meeting to appoint Jim Chisholm immediately. I looked back at the motion because I was questioning it myself, and the motion was, and Ms. Joyce can re-verify that, that motion was Jim Chisholm will be our immediate city manager. To me, and then that we would negotiate the contract. To me, that meant he was city manager Friday.
Well, Commissioner, I think the motion was to identify him as the superior candidate to be selected to be negotiated. I don't think your meeting was designed to make the formal appointment. That was to be tonight. So the recommendation was going to be to identify him as the city manager from this day going forward.
No, sir. Our motion was made to make him the city manager effective immediately. And I don't know if Joyce can pull that motion back up and
If
read
that's the
it.
case, then that is the case.
And that we were going to work to negotiate the contract.
Madam Mayor, point of order, because we have this, although both things are serious, we're in stormwater right now, and that's what some residents have come to hear, and we need to take care of that in our business part afterwards, I believe.
I agree, but
if we can just get through, it would be fantastic.
So let's continue with
Thank you.
stormwater, and we will revisit this after these presentations. We also have several business items on the agenda. We will bring this up, Mr. Fowler, after the business agenda is done. We have 3 or 4 items, and I apologize. We need to move on with the stormwater. Commissioner Solsa, did you have a question on the Stone Island thing?
Stone Island, no.
Okay.
But I do, how many roads are still underwater? Do we have an updated list of that?
We do. We have currently closed roads 11.
11?
We were hoping to open up part of Catalina today, but with the storm that was coming out here, I was hesitant to open it in case we ended up having more water and we would, be back out there trying to close it down. But we're hoping that can be open tomorrow. And the portion of Catalina that's kind of ponding, closer to Lake Helen, we're going to start pumping that. The county's been very gracious to allow us to use their pond on Howland Boulevard, so our team has been out there running pipe since this weekend.
Okay. And how many road base failures have we had so far?
We've identified 26 washouts and drop-offs. Right now, the roads that are still underwater, we'd have to wait until the water recedes in which to inspect those.
That's quite a few. And then my next question, do we have a standard operating procedure before storms on monitoring lake levels?
Yes, sir.
And have we monitored those over, say, the last year, and if they were like super high, have we been drawing them down?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and you have all that data, should anybody request it?
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to be directed at the appropriate time. I just have, I don't know who's going to do it, Glenn or whomever, but a question, if you can direct me at regarding water bills, you know what I mean, also. So I don't know who's doing what. I know everybody's wearing many hats.
Right.
And porta potties for residents still without septic, so.
Yes, we'll recap that as soon as everyone is done with questions for Phyllis. Commissioner Bradford?
Okay. I mean, you guys have done an amazing job. I just want to say that, and I want to let you know how much we appreciate you working 7 days a week. Those are long, tiring days. One of the biggest things we did receive another email a couple days ago, where people are comparing our hurricanes to the last hurricanes. The levels of the last hurricane, our water tables, were they significantly different than what the levels of our water table was prior to Ian?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so quite possibly the higher water tables that we had prior to Hurricane Ian are a major contributing factor to the amount of devastation that we're seeing now.
Certainly is a contributing factor, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I understand as well that, if we go back to your maps and we scroll down, take them out a little bit, you're going to see neighboring cities. If those neighboring cities were...
If I go to this one, it kind of shows a little bit more
Those
outside.
neighboring cities offloading any excess water, any flooding that they had, those excess waters, they're coming to us not the day of the hurricane, but we're going to be seeing residual as long as those lakes are rolling and they're flooding.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think that's a part of the confusion that a lot of people have is that, well, I wasn't flooded prior to this date, but then after this date, I started to see rising waters. And I think that's the hardest thing that people realize, and I really am glad you put that up there, because it's hard for people to understand, I didn't flood after the storm, but I'm surrounded by water now. Well, when we have all these cities dumping their water into the lakes and into the rivers, they're pumping. That's why we said we wanted to be extra cautious on where and how we pumped, because there's a residual effect down the road. And what we've seen is a major residual effect from nearby cities pumping their water out, and we're getting that. So, I don't think you guys have done anything wrong, and I want you guys to know, I have received a lot of great feedback as well on all the wonderful jobs for a lot of people that you guys have helped. So I know sometimes it goes unnoticed because there's so much of it. And again, all I can say is thank you for your guys' tireless hours. So, but I would like to make sure that, we get the information out there. I don't think it's so much that they want to put blame on the city, but I think it's the lack of the understanding and the knowledge of waters. Jim Chisholm explained something to me the other day, and I didn't realize that, we had waters flowing north to south and south to north. And, we have a river, one of our only rivers that flows north, and during the storm, it actually turned and went south. That is a serious, serious rainfall and water flow for a river to change current. That's how dramatic this was. So, I just want to make sure we get this information out so residents are informed and knowledgeable. That's my biggest thing right now. Let's get the information out and help them understand how and why it happened.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bradford. So just a couple of comments. Phyllis, this discussion on Stone Island, just to be clear, Stone Island is located where?
Unincorporated Volusia County.
It's down by Lake Monroe off of Lake Shore. It's on Lake Monroe off of Lake Shore Drive. So when we talk about who do we reach out to, I understand the discussion that we are, if you look at the pattern of the water flow, like Commissioner Bradford said, it is coming from the north, flowing south, and that's why you just have this fluctuation right now. When we talk about our city moving water and where we're pumping and where we're moving and working with our lake levels, when we talk about Stone Island, that's a portion of what goes on in this area. And a point of contact, who are we talking with in Volusia County? Because this is Volusia County's jurisdiction, and what type of numbers can they provide for us in terms of flow and how the water is down there? Because this is their jurisdiction, and they should have a better handle on what's going on down there than we should.
Yes, ma'am. And my thoughts on that, if you indulge me for a second,
yes,
is try to reach out to the county, pinpoint their points of contacts, phone numbers. One of the last emails I saw, I think Commissioner McCool shared it with me, is the frustration that the resident had that they would make calls and they weren't getting. So I'm hopeful that myself or staff in the city of Deltona can pinpoint people at the county, get those numbers. If we can possibly put them on our website, that just gets the information out there, but we will work on that.
Well, there should also be an outreach from Volusia County to those residents down there. It is their residents. And I know they're right on the border by us. We always, we embrace Stone Island and that whole area, but there has to be better communication in terms of if there's a problem it should be between Volusia County, Deltona, and these residents that are having these issues down there. That's number one. Number two, when we're talking about stormwater, and I have just this list of the stormwater projects that we had here that we did and we talked about in 2021 and 2022 and so forth. I know that you have Mr. Cash here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he had done, correct, sir, the original stormwater plan after the hurricanes and the flooding in 04, 5, 6, that area. And so my question to you is, when we look at what happened back then, we mitigated a lot. We had a lot of flooding, correct, sir? And back then, I mean, a lot of houses, correct? More than now? Yes, please. Because I think this is an important part. We can look at the hydrology, but we really need to know where we're going and where we were. So when you were here in the past and did the big study, how many homes were impacted back then? Did you have any idea? Yes. And could you just introduce yourself, sir?
Name Rod Cash. I'm an engineer with Tetra Tech. And yes, I was the engineer of record for the Teresa Basin outfall that we ultimately got through an emergency order from Governor Bush back in 2002, 2003. And the main focus of flooding back then was over in the Drysdale, Beachdale area. And we had, there were about 8 homes in that area that flooded, but there were thousands that lost the use of their septic systems, and there was also several, hundreds of homes, similar magnitude as you're dealing with today.
And so when you look at the stormwater master plan, and we followed that to a degree, have we?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there were several systems that were put in place. One that will bring up the Piedmont pump station. You know, that area, they were moving around on boats and canoes in that area during the last flooding event, and that system was controlled, and from what I understand, it was minimal problems over there. That was one of the big areas, and there were pump stations put in over in the Beachdale area, and that system received just the magnitude of the rainfall, as Commissioner McCool was saying. It was unprecedented rainfall. Slightly different storm, but the volume of water was.
And I guess the big question for myself, and I'm sure the rest of the commission and the residents, is where do we go from here in terms of, have you reviewed our stormwater projects? Is that the plan to go ahead and review what we have identified? And how do we take these projects and either redirect them or look for more funding to fix or at least mitigate what happened in the areas that need to have the stormwater mitigation now?
Yes, it's continuous dialogue with the Water Management District. St. John's is our limiting factor in trying to dispose of more water in these systems. They have limitations on the systems in the Deep Creek, for example, for the Lake Windsor system. We have pushed and pushed for a larger the ability to push more water that way, but that system over there is limited. The Teresa Basin is an outlet, like Phyllis was saying. We have a discharge there. That all has to be authorized by the Water Management District, and it's a major permitting undertaking.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to clarify here. We just can't open everything up and drain. We have to go by what the Water Management District says we can do.
Yes.
And then you have emergency orders such as we have now, correct?
Yes.
And that's allowing outfall to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there any discussion in the future to address some of the issues that we have here? Because, you know, it's maybe a 500-year storm, but they're all becoming a lot more frequent.
Yeah, that's the challenge. You know, the industry standard nationwide is and even with FEMA, is a 100-year storm. And nobody really designs to or prepares for a 500-year storm. And when you get 18 to 20 inches in a 24-hour period, it sort of overwhelms the systems, and puts you in a situation where you've got to have added pumping or emergency systems that are going to go above and beyond what you would normally do. And the staff is doing their darndest to achieve that now.
And they're doing an amazing job with Phyllis, with her 34 employees all out in the field doing this for over 500 miles of roads in a huge city. It's a very daunting task. Right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for that explanation. I have Commissioner McCool and then Commissioner Sosa.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to speak about that, just to bring that back up, about the Drysdale area. I know that Ms. Doreen and I don't want to see any more gators back there, and I want to bring that up as far as our FWC contact also, and some of the areas that are not used to seeing that wildlife, because 3 out of 5 places that I visited have had displaced wildlife, and so I would like to bring that up also as far as back in the Drysdale area, if we can revisit that as well.
Commissioner Sosa?
This was for Mr. Cash. I know you said the Drysdale, Beachdale area received minimal flooding compared to previous. I got some emails from that area with great concerns. But also, in other areas that didn't flood in the past, what would be your explanation as to why they're flooding now?
You give me an example of areas that you, just a representative example, because it's pretty broad.
Excuse me. Can we please? We can't hear up here when people are talking. Thank you very much. We'll have a chance at public comment.
I mean, there's a lot of areas. We could talk about Catalina, Little Court, Elkham. We could go to District 6. We have anywhere on Fort Smith between 415 and, oh my gosh, can't remember that road. Started with an M. And then, we can go over to Salem Court, which is part of District 5, District 6. That started flooding. I mean, those areas there, most of the residents I've talked to said that they had a pond that they could never see hundreds of feet back, and now they've got water surrounding their house that's 2 feet high. So what led up to one area being okay or semi-okay as to not flooding, but all these other areas just flooding that bad?
It's really depends on the rain cycles. Like Commissioner McCool was saying, with the St. John's flowing backwards, you get more rainfall in a certain area than you get these macro climates. As an example, in 2002, 2003, there was a lot of flooding in the Tifton area, Maple Shade. Those areas all had homes that were threatened with water. This time around, if I'm not mistaken, the Tifton area didn't really experience much flooding this time around. It's all a function of how Mother Nature, the rain is more intense in these macro climates, and you get an imbalance in the way the system would normally operate. So it's hard to say. It's spotty, and we get.
What have you done about the water to get rid of the water?
We're getting there, ma'am.
Okay. Would you say the changing of the dynamics of the landscape in a lot of these areas, would that have had anything to do with it?
Yes. Development can have an impact, but the systems are designed to flow and operate and discharge in certain systems. And the city, over time, and as the mayor was saying, there are projects that have been identified that will address some of these other areas as the city steps through the priority list of projects.
All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Phyllis. Lake Gleason is in District 3, and I have been asked, how come you don't open up Lake Gleason to release the flooding?
Pardon, I'm sorry. Lake Gleason has been open. It's never closed.
Okay, thank you.
And it is flowing. Yes, ma'am.
So if you open up other areas in the Lake Gleason area, what subdivisions will be affected by those waters?
Well, Lake Gleason has an outfall to Lake Monroe. So on June the 1st, we open that up 100%, start of hurricane season. As with all of our other basins, the Teresa Basin, we don't have that opportunity. Teresa Basin has had a plug, and it was only until this event came and we were declared a disaster in the state of Florida that we were able to basically unplug it and start moving water through the Teresa Basin.
And you had no choice other than to control it going into the areas, the streets that it went to.
Yes, ma'am, and that is the result of not being able to manage the Teresa Basin as we have our other basins.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
Just a quick question. I'm just trying to go through things that we've been kind of getting thrown at us. A couple questions and rumors that are out there and help individuals understand is we have empty retention ponds, and their question is why can't we pump water into these retention ponds to pump the water away from their locations?
We can certainly do that. We have looked at several of those recommendations, and we've run the hydrology and the modeling. And one of them was to pump from the DuPont Lakes behind Veterans Park over to the retention pond on, forget the name of the road, pardon me. And that would pump down, not taking into consideration any additional flows coming into the Teresa Basin, about a half an inch.
Are we starting to crest at all? Are we still rising in certain areas?
Some areas are still rising. We have seen some leveling out, if you will. We have several residents in the city of Deltona that are monitoring on our behalf, and they have seen the water stabilize and go down a little bit. There will be areas where the water just gets choked down and you're going through a tributary, a small canal, a small ditch, and that's just the nature of the stormwater system that we currently have in the city of Deltona.
So as you heard, from comments in the audience, they want to know when and how and where. I mean, obviously, we can't look at a crystal ball. We don't have it. When we have all these little feeders coming in here, that's why I said it's important that they understand that, some of this we can't control. So as long as these waters are coming at us, there's, like you're saying, I mean, even if we run the piping and pump it out, I'm going to guess you pump it out and it's going to go back up because if you still got water feeding into it.
Yes, ma'am. What I would propose is after almost every natural disaster that we have in Florida, there is opportunities in which to find additional funding sources out there to do improvements. And we have continuing services engineering houses that are very familiar with how to maximize those investments on behalf of the city. And I would suggest that that is something we should pursue. What monies are available out there? Where can that money be spent? How do we maximize that to improve our stormwater systems throughout the city of Deltona?
And that was one thing, during our interviewing process the other day, we had a couple individuals that had mentioned the grants that were available after a disaster. And, do we have a grant writer?
We do not.
We do not. And I would like to see that become a significant priority on getting these grants. We need these grants desperately right now. I mean, we have a lot of individuals in dire need. We're going to be doing a lot of rebuilding and building and structure. So, that might be something that we want to look at. We spend thousands of dollars on consultants, but when we talked about hiring a grant writer, we're like, oh, woo, about the money. Well, that grant writer is going to make their money back. And right now, we need to start applying for all these grants ASAP. And we need somebody experienced.
You can do that through your consultants that you use?
Our consultants that are sitting here, my experience with Pegasus, I'm going to put David out there. I worked for the Division of Emergency Management for 3 years before I came to the city of Deltona. I managed HMGP for Hurricane Charlie, and Pegasus was very instrumental in leveraging that money for the city of DeBerry. Sorry, David. And I think what you saw over there in comparison to prior years with DeBerry is the impact of this storm was much less impactful than it was prior to those improvements, that they were able to leverage that money on behalf of the city. So I think we have some resources with our consultants. They have their hands on the pulse of where this money is at and how best, I think, to at least guide the city initially.
Thank you. It's great to hear you guys have this under control.
Okay, Commissioner McCool, and then we want to just address some of the
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to also put emphasis on Lake Helen Osteen Road. I know that we still have some residents that are having to walk to their cars. I would encourage any residents in the audience to please get in contact. Phyllis, sorry, I'm throwing you under the bus hard, but you've been coming out from under it pretty good. To email Phyllis. Phyllis will be more than happy to speak with you after the meeting. Phyllis will give you the phone number to her office and her email. She is very responsive. I'm sorry that you guys are hurting. I'm sorry that you're having to walk to your car, but I promise you we're doing everything that we can. If you have suggestions, we absolutely take them, but please email Phyllis about that. Next thing I wanted to ask Phyllis, or anyone that can answer this, if our state reps have been here, has our state rep reached out to us? Any of our state reps been here to Deltona? Has our senator been here, our state rep? Has anyone contacted anyone?
Yes, I think I was in a meeting last week with FDOT, with the Secretary Jared Perdue from the state, and District 5 John Tyler, and also Ben Bartlett from the St. John's Water Management District, and they have all indicated that they are here for us. We will be contacting them. I spoke with Mr. Tyler today again, and there is definitely mitigation funding out there. We have to, that's why we're talking about, we did this presentation so that we can go ahead and see where we go forward and where we are going to need to have that FDOT and that St. John's funding, the state and the federal government, and we have to, for the sake of the city, reach out and make sure that we get our share of that funding to help what's going on in these areas. They have reached out. They have been amazing.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, thank you for that. Thank you for being legislative point on that always. I just want to reiterate that I know that Senator Wright's office is a great friend to Deltona.
He was there at one meeting as well.
Always
Senator
been a
Wright
great
was there.
advocate, and his whole staff is. There again, we need all hands on deck, so I'm putting that out in the public on behalf of our constituency that our state rep needs to be working on our behalf also. I know that I don't know who's going to be our state rep after elections. However, I'm putting that out there. I'm telling you that I will hold you accountable, whoever you are, walking us through session. There's enough time between now and session for those asks. And thank you, Mayor, for being involved also. And anything that we can, anything that TPO can do also regarding monies, we need to be on point with this. So I'm just throwing that gauntlet down to those representatives also. Know that we will be holding you to task for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, talking about a couple things, but mainly I want to address for the people that are here in the audience that are looking for some answers in terms of their water situation. I know there have been a lot of things we've talked about. Can you pump the lakes more? Can you, do you have more pumps where you can pump the water to? Can you bring in trucks to offload the water? What is the reality of what we can do to help some of these people that are still either underwater, can't get their car out, can't get out of the driveway? What's a realistic expectation for them? What's out there that will help?
Every day, your stormwater division is looking at where can they put pumps, where can they run pipes, where can they run hoses without adversely impacting somebody else's property. As some areas dry out, we may find that opportunity to try to start moving water into different locations. As far as pumping with our pump trucks, we still have to go somewhere and dispose of that water. It's just not a realistic expectation that we can pump into a 5,000-gallon truck and going to make any impact.
Okay, and now a couple other comments or questions that were asked. For short-term maintenance, clearing out or inspecting the inlets that are now filled with debris and so forth, will we be going through as things flow down and cleaning those out?
Yes, ma'am, and our residents are on point, calling us to remind us that, if some water came through for tonight, that something is clogged. So we do appreciate the calls. It gets a little overwhelming, but it gets us to the place immediately. I would encourage our residents to, where they can help us. We have a lot of trash and debris that gets thrown out throughout the city, and that's part of our problem.
And what about long-term maintenance? Because a lot of the, again, to bring that out there, people have said areas were not maintained, and are we looking at continuing with the same schedule? I don't know what your schedule is in terms of mowing and all that, but what is your view on that?
We had already started looking at areas that were open ditches, open canals, and looking at, can we go ahead and pipe those? It's an easier maintenance, and we're going to continue to do that. The areas that we have impacted already, where we have pipe failures, pipe impacts, we're not looking at going back and putting back exactly what we have if we have an opportunity to improve or enhance what's already out there.
Okay, and lastly, did you confirm any operational failures on pumps or anything like that?
We had a couple failures over on Fort Smith, but I would like to be clear about Fort Smith in the Sunday Rhonda area. That pond was designed for the roadway, net new impervious for Fort Smith. It was not designed to pick up net new impervious of the homes that were built out there. The pump did fail, but we immediately stuck a temporary pump out there, and it was pumping. But with the amount of rain that was over there, it just overtook the area.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And anyone that is out there that needs some answers, if you would leave your contact information with the clerk, and including a contact number and an address, that we can get back to you and start addressing you individually through stormwater, through our other way. Please do that. Please leave, Liz, if they would be able to go ahead and leave that, and please be specific with your address and your contact number so that we can go ahead and start doing that outreach and seeing how we can help you in terms of everything that you've heard today, not only with the water, but the other agencies that are out there to help you, and also to get a target on what area you live in and how we can mitigate that for the future, and what do we need to do in those areas. So if you'll please do that, that would be very good. Vice Mayor, and then we're going to wrap this up.
Thank you. I don't know, Phyllis, if this is your question or Glenn. I think I sent you an email. Some residents who are on reclaimed water and were shut off for, a week or two, kept sending messages and emails wanting to know, are they going to get credit for having to use their own water instead of the reclaimed water for their lawn? So I just want to make sure that they know that I am asking the question for them.
Yes, ma'am. We are looking. Can y'all hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We are looking into that. We're working with our billing manager and supervisor, Will, and looking at those accounts and see what we can do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I know that some people answered back and said, right now that's not an issue for us. We have plenty of water on our side, but we just want to be fair to, address all the questions that are coming to us through emails or texting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
And last question, I believe, Commissioner McCool. Glenn, this one might be for you. We talked about disconnects. Could you talk about that really quickly, please?
Yes, ma'am. We're still going to discontinue disconnects for this week again. And we're looking, making sure, I think Commissioner Sosa had asked last time about the late fees and that. We're waiving those.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. Thank you, for that clarification. Also, a resident wrote in just wanting to make sure that perhaps that we messaged on the IVR system, or we somehow let people know, because there was some, and I'm going to call it social media realistic panic regarding people being cut off because their bills were late. There's a lot of people that are used to paying on time. Their bills were late, and it was explained reasonably so, right, that the bills were late going out, but they want to make sure about the bills being due on the due date. I understand with our system, right, but if we could somehow notice the public, right, that we are doing this, whether it be through the website, on the water's page, whether we do that through the phone system, whatever, if we are doing that, or you have plans to do that.
Yes, ma'am. I was going to talk to ICM Chisholm and come up with a plan, discuss with him what I was looking at, and we will get something accomplished on that.
Okay, so the public that have written to me and called me, please know that. I want Timothy Hay to know that this has been answered. Thank you for the suggestion, and we need to acknowledge, right, when those residents write in with very good information for the phone system to let people know, maybe automated, right? I know that we've talked about that before, so thank you very much. I told them that I knew that you were working on something already, but I just wanted to address it in a public forum for the record tonight so that they would know, because I think that some people are watching or listening at home, so thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, so just to recap very quickly, we are waiving disconnects right now and late fees?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
is it not doing that? Okay, and then building permit fees, we've also waived them for rebuilds, for anyone that has issues with the storm. And also the magistrate has been, special magistrate hearings have been postponed until January. Okay? All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just because you have this, I mean, we've all had this. Could you make a request that this be updated if this has been prioritized, how we reallocate or what the recommendation? The stormwater projects, yes, ma'am, to make a recommendation for reallocation on those based on what we see to, you know what I mean, what we see right now, if you could get with them to.
I think that we need to look at the master stormwater plan that was done in the past and go ahead and do an update at a future commission meeting. Where are we? What was recommended back then? What needs to change and what needs to be prioritized? I think all of those, because ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of funding, and what we have to do is prioritize those areas that are in need, and at the same time decide where we're going to get that funding from. Reach out to the state, reach out to St. John's, the federal government, but also internally, it may just mean a shifting of funds, and certain other things that are wants and not needs get postponed because this is a need. And even though stormwater is an enterprise fund and it runs itself, there's got to be a way to pump some extra money in there and deal with these issues that we have. So I think that is going to be a job for engineering, for Phyllis, and for the budget to figure out what we're going to do and what we need to do. So yes, definitely an update on that as soon as staff can get that together. So,
Madam Mayor, and I know that I spoke with Mr. Chisholm regarding this also, and it's been said, but I just really can't reiterate enough about us looking into those porta potties and reaching out.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's through FEMA. I don't know who it's for, but one of the most basic needs. People can have bottled water, they can eat off of plates, but and they can go to a friend's shower. But the dignity of, you know what I mean, of that. If we could redouble our efforts on that most basic of need there, and give these people a little bit of, I don't know, hope or progress or something, you know. And we're doing our very best, and I know that 100%, but damn it, let's get them some porta potties, you know what I mean?
Mr. Cash mentioned that that had happened in the past where you had a lot of porta potties out there, right, with septic system failures in the last round of flooding. So I think when we did it in the past, we need to go ahead and do that again. And you're absolutely right, Commissioner McCool. I mean, you know, there's going to be money out there to pay for it, but even if we have to pay for it out of our general fund, we have to pay for it, and it needs to be done.
And get it done quickly.
Yes, the amount of septic systems we have in this city and the failures that we have because of this, these people need to have it, no matter, get it, and then we'll deal with paying for it.
Yep.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you, everyone. And please, like I said, go ahead and fill out whatever you need. I know Marcia was there, and then please get that to us so that we can address your issues individually. Yes? No. Okay, ordinances and public hearings. Item 6A is ordinance number 17-2022, amendment to the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 5 acres of land from agricultural A and single-family R1 to business plan unit development BPUD. So, Mr. Paradise, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. We got word late today that the applicant requests that the City Commission continue this rezoning request to a time certain for November 7th, 2022, and that is a regularly scheduled meeting. Joyce, correct? Yes, November 7th. Okay. And staff does suggest that the City Commission go ahead and approve that request for time-certain continuance.
Okay, Commissioners, there's a continuation requested by the applicant. Commissioner Bradford?
I make a motion.
Go ahead. To continue?
We don't have it, yeah. Let's make a motion to move this to time certain, November 7th.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner King for continuation time certain November 7th, 2022. So would you like to read the motion again, please, Joyce?
The motion is to continue to time certain November 7th, 2022.
Okay, may we vote, please? And the motion passes 7-0. So for the public, for anyone that filled out, were there any public comments on this particular item, Liz?
6A, Mayor, no.
Okay, so this item has been continued at the request of the applicant to November 7th, 2022. So we'll move on to 6B, public hearing, ordinance number 18-2022, amendment to the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 109.71 acres of land from business planned unit development, BPUD, and agriculture A to mixed use planned unit development, MPUD, at second and final reading. Mr. Paradise, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, correct?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, as indicated by the Mayor. We're going to talk about swearing in those that have standing. Standing is considered anybody that, at minimum, anybody that received a 300-foot mailing. We're going to talk about ex parte communication disclosure. Also, when you all make a vote individually, if you could give reasons for your approval based on substantial and competent evidence, that would be fantastic. Mr. Fowler, would you like to conduct the swearing in of anybody that has standing? Anybody that has standing that is wishing to speak to this, if they please stand up.
Is there?
Mr. Fowler, can you swear in?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Is there anyone that has standing?
Who wishes to testify in connection with this, would you please rise? You solemnly swear that you will support your duties and consistent with the law, and that you will swear that you will, and affirm that you will speak the truth.
I do.
Okay.
And we have to do ex parte.
Yes, ex parte is next. So if we'll please go down the roll, please, Liz, for disclosure of ex parte communication.
Commissioner Bradford, please.
I've had no additional ex parte other than driving by the site.
Commissioner King.
I've had none.
Commissioner McCool.
No additional ex parte communication.
Commissioner Ramos.
No, I have none.
Commissioner Sosa.
No ex parte.
Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez.
None other than driving by.
And Mayor Hersberg.
No additional ex parte communication from the last meeting. Okay, staff report, Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a refresher, this is a 109-acre site that is located north of the Howland Boulevard corridor, situated along the Halifax Crossings Boulevard, and located in the vicinity and near the UF Halifax Hospital complex. Since the first hearing on October 3rd, the applicant and city staff have continued to make make some refinements to the written development agreement that is associated with this mixed-use plan unit development. Again, just for a refresher, the proposal is to rezone this property from business plan unit development and agriculture comprising of about 3/4 of an acre of land, to mixed plan unit development. Again, there's been some slight adjustments to the development agreement. I'm going to just kind of go through those one at a time so that the City Commission is aware of that. I'll start with the covered parking. There was a covered parking requirement for the multifamily districts.
Oh, hang on, Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Bradford.
Can we just ask you guys to go out in the hallway and do the discussion?
Phyllis, I think.
Sorry.
Thank you. And anyone that would like to speak with Phyllis, she's just heading out into the hallway. If you'd like to go ahead and speak with her out there. There's Debbie. Okay.
Okay, in the original development agreement, there was a covered parking ratio for the multifamily districts for 1 covered space per unit. This has been reduced down to 1 covered space per every 2 units. Again, this covers the multifamily districts. There's been a change with regard to the hotel site to lower the minimum lot size to 2.6 acres. Staff feels this is reasonable and achievable based on the fact that this project is served by a master stormwater system, or at least this district part of the project is served by a master stormwater system. The Wellness Center was reported to be situated on 6.3 acres. In actuality, the plan is to situate that on 3.8 acres. That particular Wellness Center district has been changed to reflect that. Also, there's a proposal to add food sales and eateries and kind of restaurant type of uses as an ancillary type of activity within the Wellness Center as well. Finally, the minimum lot size within the Wellness Center district has been reduced to 3.5 acres. Moving on to the Medical Support Facilities District.
Ron, I'm sorry. I just need clarity on that. Could you repeat that last sentence, please?
Yeah, the minimum lot size within the Wellness Center district has been reduced to 3.5 acres.
From?
6.3 acres. And it reflects the fact that the Wellness Center was planned to be situated on 3.8 acres of land.
I'm clear.
Does that clarify?
You clarified, sir.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Moving on to the Medical Support Facilities District, it has been clarified that this district will occupy approximately 15 acres of land. The minimum lot area has been changed from 15 acres to 3 acres. This is to allow future subdivision within this district. They may want to subdivide some of the medical support facilities like the nursing home or the memory care facility. The maximum lot coverage within the medical support facilities has been changed or reduced from 80% to 75%. And the reason for that is to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Moving on to the multifamily residential primary district. There's a housekeeping change to spell out the word incidental. The building separation for ancillary structures has been clarified to be 10 feet if consistent with all applicable codes, including the National Fire Prevention Association requirements. Multifamily age restricted is to clarify that there will be approximately 9 buildings, not exactly 9 buildings. However, I think it's important to keep in mind that this project will be, or this district will be controlled by the overall density of 420 units.
Okay. May I ask a question, Ron? Ron,
Yes, ma'am.
do we have to,
Commissioner McCool, let him go through his presentation because he's timed, and then you got plenty of time. We're going to go
Okay.
to commission questions for him as soon as he gets done with his.
yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay, back to the multifamily age restricted. Again, housekeeping, the word incidental was spelled out. The minimum lot size is reduced from 25 acres to 24.5 acres. The intent of that is to provide some flexibility with regard to how this medical village area is laid out. Ancillary building separation standards is added, as mentioned above, 10 feet. And moving on to the cluster residential age restricted, the intent is to clarify the node will be on 19 acres of land. The minimum lot area has been changed from 19 to 10 acres, again, to provide some level of flexibility. Also, to facilitate more compact development within this node, the front yard requirements have been reduced from 25 feet to 15 feet. There's a section in site access part of the development agreement is to add language to ensure that travel lanes on Halifax Crossing Boulevards are never impeded by any type of staging or other activity of which to, impact emergency vehicle support for the hospital. For the traffic section, a sentence has been added about a tri-party agreement with the city, county, and the developer on any fair share payments. And finally, on roadway cross sections, there will be language added to ensure roadway cross sections comply with appropriate fire access. I'd be happy to field any questions you have with regard to this.
Commissioner McCool, lay it out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me bring it back for a second here. There's a lot. Do we have a clean and a strike through?
You do not have the changes to the development agreement. As part of
Okay,
the
so
agenda
I am
package.
BS on this, calling BS on this right now. I'm sorry, not at you, okay? But there's a lot of puzzle pieces that you just gave me right now, and I don't even have the picture on the damn box of what the puzzle's supposed to look like at this juncture, okay? So I'm calling BS on it. What is the total projected investment in this project?
I will let the applicant field that question, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but I don't want to do anything until I see strike through and clean, and this is a lot of change. There's a lot of moving around here from what we were presented. I love the project. Personally, I love the project, but what I was given and what I voted on is not what I'm hearing tonight, and I think that there are some that would know that this might be the reaction, at least from me, for God's sake, but I'm sitting here looking at my colleague to the left shaking his head, and my Madam Mayor, and so I have a problem. I'm not ready to do anything until I see those changes on the project.
And Commissioner, Ron, you said minor changes? I lost track on how many changes
I
happened
blacked
here.
out after number 5, so.
And we're talking second and final.
Yeah. So whatever we need to do, I need instruction, what we would do. If that might just be me, I don't know, but I don't think so.
Any explanations or any way to mitigate this?
Yeah, I think one suggestion, if it's all right with the applicant, is to defer this to time certain on November 7th, and then we would be able to present the underlying strike through to the City Commission as part of their updated agenda package.
And Madam Mayor, I had another point also, is that on the same night that this was presented, that we also had the pass-through, and the reason I asked would I be off when I said it's about $500 million? Would I be off? Can anybody shake their head back there for me? Anyone?
You would be close.
I would be close. That's what I thought. So $500 million on the night that we talked about this. We also talked about the pass-through. I know that I brought the pass-through. On a $500 million project, there's going to be some nice legal fees going through there. So I wanted to see the pass-through come back for a second the same night that we had this come back as well. So I don't know who speaks to that, because I want to see the pass-through applied to this project, starting with this project at very minimum, because this is a huge project. Again, I love the project. I want to see it, but I need to understand how this looks now, because it's, again, I don't have the box for the puzzle.
Commissioner Ramos, you're also on the board. Did you want to speak before we go to the applicant?
Well, I mean, we'll wait for the applicant. I'm ready to make a motion for time starting November 7th.
But
to be quite honest with you.
we just let the applicant speak? I think that's only fair. Because
Do you have a presentation? Are we, is it not up here? No. We do not have the presentation. I think it's best just to do it verbally. Yeah, that's Phyllis's.
are we going to have a presentation of changes, or what are we trying to do?
The applicant would like to have a presentation.
Do we have the copy?
Yeah, that's-
Do we have a copy? Bueller?
Do you have a copy?
Ferris? Bueller? Do we have a copy?
I'm thinking it might be on here.
Okay. Can you load that up?
I'm feeling unloved right now at this very moment.
Likewise. I hope I have this copy, because it really has not changed from the original presentation. Let me see what's on here.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I think it's shifting,
Can you make sure that?
but we need to see the shift.
Please, and just do a save as. Okay.
I don't know.
Just wait. Give them their chance. Two.
That's it.
Okay. Got it.
It's up.
Do you want 5 minutes, Ron?
I think they've got it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Is it up here?
Okay, this will be the presentation from the applicant, Liz.
I'm Pete Spittler, principal with JBEC. The presentation up here is exactly the presentation that was given last week. The clarifications that Ron was, that illustrated are minor. They are minor. I know it sounded like a lot, but they really do speak to what the actual plan is that we have right here. It hasn't changed in the number of buildings. The language, some of the language changed. He was very specific as to the exact acreage, and what we did was we were speaking to, we still have to plat it, so we were a little bit concerned over there was some exact acreage in there, and that's why he put words in there like approximate. Speaking to issues associated with this development, and this is the medical services, there's 3 buildings right there, and what we asked for, although it's 17 acres in its entirety, these buildings may be owned separately and built separately on separate plats. So we wanted the ability to potentially have a 3-acre parcel there, or a 3-acre parcel, a minimum. And those are some of the changes that are made. They're more have to do with some of the groups that we're talking to relative to the ownership of, rather than go in and build all 3 of these, they would probably be fee simple buildings on their own piece of property. Regarding the setbacks, those were the original setbacks that we had presented right there, the street setbacks. These are the 9 buildings that were originally there. That has not changed. This plan literally has not changed since the last time we presented it to you. The things that have changed have been clarifications to tighten this up and allow us the flexibility to, as when we come in and do the final platting, we have those acreages that will be there rather than saying it's exactly 25 acres, or so we set the minimums at like 24.5. The issue regarding the roadway came as a result of the fire department possibly wanting a 24-foot, although this is a private road right here. As a private road, we can do 22 feet. The fire department may want 24. We said that's fine, and that would be part of the final site plan approval process that we would have to go through for each one of these components. Each one of these projects would come through individually for a site plan for that, for these, as well as that. And that's what he presented here this evening, kind of sets the stage for that to happen. This is a conceptual master plan that will tighten up as we get into the various subdevelopments of it. I hope that clarified it.
Go ahead, ma'am.
What about the parking changes, the covered parking?
Well, what originally was that means we would have to have every parking space in these parking fields would have to have a roof over it. What we have is we have parking underneath half of each one of these buildings, and we have parking spaces, covered parking spaces in each one of these. And when I think it went through the first iteration, it was caught that the way it was reading is every parking space would have to have a roof on it, which is not realistic.
Right. What about the setbacks? I'm interested to hear about that.
Well, the setback is, originally it was in there at 25 feet. As I indicated, the original setback was 25 feet off the back lot.
Yep.
What we always had on the front was 20 or 15 feet off of the right-of-way. So, and that's like a front yard. There are no driveways that are sitting on this street. All the driveways kind of go into the middle, and they were side-loaded, so there's no garage doors there. So it was just a clarification as to what this master plan had indicated. So 15 feet off of the front street right-of-way, and 25 feet that stands on the back.
But we're keeping the 25 off the backside, correct? That's
correct. Correct. The buffers have all stayed the same right there. That's 40 feet. This is 50 feet right here, and that's the 100-foot. That's going to be the preservation area as a result of the scrub chase.
And that's not changed? No.
That has not changed.
And medical support, what about medical support? Are you trying to re-entitle part of that, or?
No, it really has to do with the fact that these buildings will probably be built individually, and if they're built individually, they're going to be financed individually, and if they're financed, they're going to have their own plat. So what we tried to do was set the minimum of say 3 acres. It may be 4, maybe 5. The total area right here is 17 acres. That has not changed. What we're trying to do is to accommodate the current discussions that we're having with lenders relative to, okay, if I'm going to build the assisted living facility, it's going to sit on X amount of land, and it's not going to be 17. It's going to be some component of it. That would probably be maybe 7 or 8. We're just trying to accommodate it, and that's these are ongoing conversations that we're having, and as we were having them, we conveyed them back to Ron and just say, we don't want to get caught up to where we say, okay, this has got to be on 17 acres, and then we're back in front of you trying to amend a development agreement.
And the wellness center, 6.3 down to 3.8?
Well, the original 6.8, I think, was this whole area.
Yep.
What we did was we created more parking right here, and the wellness center as it stands would only need about 3.85 acres. That's what that is right there. And that's plenty. That's upwards of 150,000 square feet of land area for a 20, 30,000 square foot wellness center.
And those setbacks have not changed either, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Does that clarify a little better?
I apologize for the confusion.
Commissioner King? Clarified, Commissioner King? Okay. Commissioner Bradford?
Okay, so I just wanted to say, yes, thank you for clarifying that. I also want to thank you for bringing this project to Deltona. Basically, what we're doing today is a rezoning to an MPUD.
Correct.
Anything further, like you're saying, when them structures come up, we still have a lot of work to do.
Oh,
but you
yes.
guys can't go anywhere until we change this to an MPUD, correct?
Correct. We can't
Okay.
do anything.
I want to make a motion. I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 18-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezone question 1.109.71 acres of land from business plan unit development, BPUD, and agriculture A to mixed use planned unit development, MPUD, at second and final hearing. The following facts are hereby stated to support approval. The MPUD is consistent with the city comprehensive plan. The MPUD will provide a range of needed commercial uses, including a hotel in an area designated within the city's comprehensive plan for retail service development. The medical village will complement the existing UF Halifax Hospital complex. D, the medical village will create a relatively high-paying medical and medical administrative sector jobs. E, the property will continue to be subject to a development agreement. F, transportation improvements will be made within the immediate area to support the development, as well as two proportionate fair share payments in the amount of $1,398,612.14, which will be used to improve transportation facilities in the area. G, urban commercial development will improve the city tax base. H, the multifamily elements, both non-age restricted and age restricted, will result in a diversification of city housing choices. And I, extensive buffers will be afforded to provide a high level of separation between existing neighborhoods and to provide habitat improvement opportunities for the Florida Scrub Jay. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scribner errors and the like.
Second.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Wait, hold on. We've got to give someone a second here. Hold on one second, unless something needs to be changed. Does something need to be changed in the motion?
I would just suggest that the maker of the motion also direct staff to make those changes to the development agreement and the requisite MDP as well.
Commissioner
And I further authorize staff to make the changes discussed previously to the development agreement PUD.
and the master development plan as well.
And the master development plan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, who did the second, the original second? You? King. All right, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner King. So, commissioners, since I see no more questions, we have gone through staff report, we have the applicants. Now do we have anyone, Liz, that signed up for public comment on this? Anyone that had standing that signed up for public comment on this?
No one was standing, Mayor.
Okay, do we have any public participation on this, please? If so, please call their names. And I'll
Tom
have
Burbank, please.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. Before I launch into my spiel, I reached out to an old firefighter crony of mine that lives in Stone Island, and he gave me the name of the HOA president. I've provided that to Phyllis. If any of y'all want it, I'll give it to you. You can call them yourselves. Thank you, just in case. Let's see. Here we go. In 1990, the median age in the U.S. was 32. In 2020, it was 38.6, 42.2 in Florida. Something like 2.6 million of my generation die each year. And most of us old folks need, still standing, that's me, need some assistance of one kind or another, and at some point we'll all need assistance. Most of us prefer that assistance, those help, and those facilities be in our own town and nearby, where we know the neighborhoods, we know the people. Most of us would like to downsize to accommodations more manageable. Not two-story homes on 40-foot wide lots. We don't want to cut the grass. We don't want to. We want to be. We don't want to trim the bushes. We don't want lawns to mow, and we want to worry about home maintenance. Deltona is woefully short in senior housing, and it's not. It's like, whoa, geez, what did I write there? Deltona is woefully short of senior housing. I'd like to sell my house. No, there it is, but I can't. We just got a puppy. Our society is aging, and Deltona is not prepared. It's time for some forward thinking. This project is visionary, and I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that closes public comments, Mayor.
No one else from public comment on this project? Okay, that closes public comment. So we have a motion and a second. We have no more questions from the commission. So please reread the motion and the ordinance.
You wish me to read the title, Mayor?
You might as well, because poor Joyce is going to have a long road after you, so yes. Go for the ordinance.
Yes, ordinance number 18-2022. An ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 109.71 acres of land located along the Halifax Crossings Boulevard corridor south and east of Halifax Hospital Complex with the Activity Center from Business Plan Unit Development, BPUD, and Agricultural A to Mixed Use Plan Unit Development, MPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you ready? Or go for it.
The motion reads, I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 18-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezone 109.71 give or take acres of land from Business Planned Unit Development, BPUD, and Agricultural A to Mixed Use Planned Unit Development, MPUD, at second and final hearing. The following reasons/facts are hereby stated to support approval. A, the MPUD is consistent with the City Comprehensive Plan. B, the MPUD will provide a range of needed commercial uses, including a hotel in an area designated within the city's comprehensive plan for retail service development. C, the medical village will complement the existing UF/Halifax Hospital complex. D, the medical village will create relatively high-paying medical and medical administrative sector jobs. E, the property will continue to be subject to a development agreement. F, transportation improvements will be made within the immediate area to support the development, as well to proportionate fair share payments in the amount of $1,398,612.14, which will be used to improve transportation facilities in the area. G, urban commercial development will improve the city tax base. H, the multifamily elements, both non-age restricted and age restricted, will result in a diversification of city housing choices. And I, extensive buffers will be afforded to provide a high level of separation between existing neighbors and to provide habitat improvement opportunities for the Florida scrub jay. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like, and to authorize staff to make the changes discussed previously to the development agreement and the master plan.
Okay. May we vote, please? Actually, do you want a voice vote? Yes, we'll do a voice vote, commissioners. So, and please, since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, please indicate your reasons for voting the way you are.
Commissioner Bradford.
I vote yes. It supports the city comprehensive plan and our strategic plan.
Commissioner King.
Vote yes. Supports the comprehensive plan.
Commissioner McCool.
I vote yes, it supports the city's comprehensive plan. It's a damn fine project.
Commissioner Ramos.
Yes, it supports the city comprehensive plan. Yes, it supports our city comprehensive plan.
Commissioner Sosa.
Yes, it's in compliance with our comp plan.
Vice Mayor Villa Vasquez.
Yes, it meets all the requirements.
And Mayor Hersberg.
Yes, it meets all the requirements of our comprehensive plan. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, thank you very much for bringing this project to Deltona. It will definitely enhance, and it certainly fills a need. So Okay, next item, C, is a public hearing, ordinance number 21-2022, extending the temporary moratorium on requests to increase density entitlements for detached single-family development projects 3 extra months from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023 at first reading. Mr. Paradise?
This is the second final
That's
hearing.
what I thought, because it says first, but I thought it was second.
Yeah, this is the second final hearing, just a clarification, and there have been no changes since the City Commission first heard this, and City staff does recommend the City Commission adopt ordinance number 21-2022 and extend the temporary moratorium from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, and that is a temporary moratorium on the allocation for entitlements to increase for detached single-family dwelling units.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to talk about maybe the shifting emphasis on this moratorium, given right where we're at with with the flooding that we have right now, so given circumstances. So, Ron, that's all I'm going to say is taking into account what we have here. I know that at first the focus was, I know that it's still going to be on the RPUDs, but what I'm saying is the emphasis really has to be where we're at overall. We have some plan unit developments that are existing at this juncture that it really, this situation really highlighted, right, our building practices. So all I want to do is make that public request that and find out where we shift those priorities with what we have. I know that we only have a short period of time, but it's been, you know, people have commented to me about that also, given the nature of where we're at right now. That's all I want to say, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Paradise? Seeing none here. Liz, will you please let me know if there's any public comment that signed up for this item?
No, Mayor.
No public comment on this item. Then we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. We need a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
What did she say?
What? A voice vote, that's fine.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to make the motion.
Go ahead.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 21-2022, extending the temporary moratorium on requests to increase density entitlements for detached single-family development projects 3 extra months from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023 at first reading, and schedule a second
and final.
Dadgummit, you got me. At second reading for today, and the interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner McCool, seconded by Commissioner King. May we read the ordinance, please?
You wish me to read it, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
The title, I should say. Ordinance 21-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, pursuant to Ordinance 12-2022, Section 2, moratorium. A, the City Commission may extend the moratorium one time for a period not to exceed 90 days, declaring and implementing a temporary moratorium until April 1, 2023, upon a finding that the one problems giving rise to the need for a temporary moratorium still exist. 2, reasonable progress is being made in carrying out the specific goals of the city set forth herein. And 3, that the extension is needed to adequately address the land use zoning issues facing the city. Implementation of this process remains the same as to the acceptance, processing, and consideration of applications for any new rezonings, resulting in a request for an increase of density beyond the existing zoning entitlements to facilitate a detached dwelling on an individual lot, development patterns throughout all of Deltona, requiring the Commission to initiate extensive community scoping and visioning, review of the city's comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, providing for non-codification, conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you. Joyce, did you want to reread the motion?
Motion reads, I hereby move to approve ordinance number 21-2022, extending the temporary moratorium on requests to increase density entitlements for detached single-family development projects 3 extra months from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. At second and final reading, the interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please?
Maybe.
There we go. And the motion passes 7-0. Next, we'll move up to item D, a public hearing, resolution number 2022-28, acceptance of the final plat, SD 22-0009, Island Walk South. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. This is a plat for an almost 16-acre piece of property located off the Lake Helen Osteen Road corridor. The goal is to plat the property with 57 units. This property has been approved and otherwise entitled by the city. This is a perfunctory review of the plat to ensure that it meets technical sufficiency. It does meet technical sufficiency. The City Commission directed staff to revisit this property in light of some engineering analysis in the aftermath of the hurricane. The very next day, Public Works staff and the consulting engineer from Pegasus Engineering did go out and review this property. Pegasus Engineering looked at some of the data behind the stormwater calcs and got with the applicant's engineer, and from what I understand, they have determined that this property or this project is technically sufficient. I'm going to, look for a head nod from Mr. Hamstra. Therefore, staff does recommend that the City Commission accept the plat tonight.
Mr. Paradise, since the City Commission requested that this be reviewed, we'd like to hear from if the commission so desires, from the engineer of record that actually went out there and went ahead and looked over the area, the project, and please bring those findings forward so that this can be addressed by the commission.
We do have Dave Hamstra here, our consulting engineer,
Yes.
and he is prepared to speak on this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, are you good with that? Yes.
Put it in there. There you go. And we're going to need this one right here.
That's on the City Commission. Island Walk.
All right, there we go.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. David Hamstra, Pegasus Engineering. Based on last City Commission meeting and the comments that were made by the public and the City Commission regarding the potential impacts by Island Walk South, we were asked by city staff to look at the design and also by the drainage characteristics of the topography. So first, I'll assess the technical issues. We did look at what I consider usually typical, the big picture, which is water coming to the site and was it accounted for? There is a drainage area coming north of Helen Osteen Road towards the development that the engineer record, Lake Helen Osteen Road, sorry. It is coming towards the development that they did pick up and design a pond to accommodate that specifically. That is the pond that you see in the middle of the site towards the north. That is dedicated towards what's coming from the north, the church property, and the right-of-way itself. So that pond has been set aside for the off-site contributions. The other 4 ponds are designed to handle the water coming from the development, either what's going to the west towards 3 Island Lakes or what's going to the east, which is Tiny Lake. I will finish, please. Thank you. We then looked at the proposed land use to make sure that the lot type The impervious area was properly accounted for, both for the right-of-way and the lots, to make sure the ponds then in turn were properly sized. Since this water system is in what I call a landlocked system, which means it is volume-driven, not rate, we made sure that the amount of runoff volume from the site did not exceed pre-development conditions, and we met that. They met that criteria as well. The biggest issue that was talked about at the meeting was the drainage characteristics in the vicinity of the development, both east and west, as well as the development itself. We have outlined in yellow the 16-acre sites. To your left on the screen is Three Islands Lake. To the right is Lake Tiny. And of course, we have Lake Helen Osteen Road bordering it to the north. As we discussed before in the beginning, this depressional area is where the water accumulated prior to and during the recent hurricane, getting out of its banks and flooding the lanes of the roadway system. What you see in orange is the higher topography. As the colors get lighter, like green and blue, the topography is getting lower and lower, both to the west and towards the east. And there's a natural ridge, ignoring the depressional area here, there's a natural ridge that separates these two watersheds. I also wanted to make sure that the development did not redirect water to one side or the other that wasn't going there historically. The development did make sure that they honored the runoff volume going to the east and runoff volume going to the west, and that was done by sizing their ponds properly. So I believe that was said by one of the commissioners or the public that they thought that Lake Tiny contributed to Three Island Lake. If it did, and I can't say I've been here for all the major events, but I've seen most of them, if it got that high to cross the orange and then cross the orange again, we would have had extensive flooding well beyond what you saw for Hurricane Ian in this particular area. So I am comfortable standing here today that the development has not redirected or blocked the water that went from east to west to Three Island Lake. So the area has been surveyed by the engineer of record. This is an independent state of Florida topographic survey, and they did correlate fairly well as far as the ridge going through the site, the lower area towards the front, and the areas to the east and west where the water will be going once the ponds have been accommodated for. So at this point, I am comfortable saying to the City Commission and to the public, and I'll be here to answer questions, that I don't see any egregious designs or redirecting of water or altering the characteristics with the proposed development after it is completed. I do know there were some conversations this evening whether the water could be pumped from Three Island Lake into these ponds temporarily. I was the one that provided Phyllis some computations that at best those ponds would fill up and we would only draw the water down in Three Island Lake by at best 1/4 of an inch, and that was assuming no upstream contributions, which is not the case of the water coming from the Helen area. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have over the Ron and I.
All right, Commissioner Sosa, did you have a question?
Okay, all the water that's gathering right now on, I believe it's eastbound Lake Helen Osteen, that whole travel lane is covered right in front of this development as of today. How does that get resolved?
So today, before they built the development, there was an existing depressional area adjacent to the roadway. The proposed site plan is to displace that depressional area and put in its place its own dedicated pond. So they do have inlets and pipes to take the water across the road and dedicate it towards what they call Pond 300. That will not be earmarked for the development. It's earmarked for what's coming towards the right-of-way into that historic low area.
Okay. Now, the runoff from these retention ponds or this whole 16 acres, where does it go?
So there will be a series of curb and gutter, inlets, pipes that will take the water to, let me page up. There's one pond to the west, there's two ponds to the east, and there's a pond in the middle besides the one taking care of the right-of-way and the water to the north for the churches. Those ponds are designed as dry bottom ponds because of the soil characteristics. They will capture the water, retain it, infiltrate it, and any excess water will either go to the west or to the east as it does today.
And what is to the east and what is to the west?
To the west is Three Islands Lake, and to the east is Lake Tiny.
Okay. Now, that leads to my next question. This whole property, what was the natural characteristic of it before it was filled in?
So I'll do my best to follow my hand. There's a ridge that goes to the dark brown or orange in two directions. So this site today, a portion went to the west, Three Islands Lake, a portion went to the east, Tiny Lake, and a good portion of it went to the low area that you see expressing itself in the right-of-way going eastbound on Lake Helen Osteen Road.
But what was the natural characteristic? Was it a wetland? Was it high and dry?
As far as I can tell from the information provided, it's a heavily wooded area with sandy soils.
Okay. How much fill dirt was actually brought in to increase the elevation of these 16 acres, or how high was the elevation raised over its previous natural state?
They match existing grade all along the south side of the development, as well as towards Lake Helen Osteen Road. They honored the basin divides, what's going to Lake Three Islands Lake and what's going to Lake Tiny, and again with their earmarking for a standalone pond for the offside contributions coming towards the right-of-way.
So how much of an elevation change was actually added? How much fill? Did we go from a depression, because you said there was a depression, their existing depression, did we lift that up 4 feet, 10 feet, 18 feet? I mean, how much fill was brought in to cover that area?
I did not see a significant amount, Commissioner. They, again...
There was too much. It's over. Point of order, Mayor. I will stop. I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please ask the commission, let the commission ask their questions, and then we'll go to public comment, and you can ask Mr. Hamstra, and he can explain the comments.
All right, all the lots along the south boundary within a 10-foot buffer, if you want to call it, are matching existing grade, which means they're not, if they're filling or cutting, by the time they get to the south boundary, it's at existing conditions. Here again is the existing low area that's being recontoured, if you want to call it, to create the retention volume needed to accommodate what's coming from the north and also from the right-of-way. And then this ridge that we had on both ends is kind of being mimicked with the proposed grading, where they're tilting or sending the water to the east like it did today or before construction, as well as to the west. So there may be some areas of cut, there may be some areas of fill, but in general the site is balanced and there's not a significant amount of dirt at one end or the other that's blocking water.
If this area was left unchanged, how much water would have been captured within that 16 acres as opposed to put into Little Lake or Three Islands Lake?
If this area remained natural pre-Hurricane Ian, you would still have this depressional area overwhelmed and flood the roadway, and you would still have water from these two ridges either going through Three Islands Lake or to Lake Tiny. I can't tell you standing here the difference in elevations between the runoff characteristics, but they are meeting the criteria put in place by the city and the district to make sure they're not increasing the runoff volume going to these two water bodies.
Okay. Now, this would be a question for staff. Lake Helen Osteen is still flooded at that curve. Have we gotten a hold of that developer to pump into one of their little retention ponds there to get the water off the road?
No, sir, we have not. We can certainly approach them this evening.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
I withdraw my question. Thank you.
No? Commissioner McCool and then Commissioner King.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I am needing to understand that the engineer got the photos that we got. Did that happen? Because I'm wanting to ask about this. That's what I'm trying to find the relationship there, because I went by the scary curve too, or I was out there for a bit, and I'm just trying to understand, because I noticed the same thing with the water coming down into that curve, and my issue is with all the impervious area, and in talking about what they built up, it looks like it was higher. I'm not an engineer, but it absolutely looked higher. So I'm trying to understand what the conditions are that caused this that's in my hand right here. Has it been submitted to staff? And if staff or the engineer could speak to that, because I'm not an engineer, but it looks pretty dang wet to me, you know, and I want to understand if this is part of the storm, and if it is, I need you to take that and point it out to me on that little map there and tell me how this is only storm, because I'm looking at it and this was already flooded pre-storm here on October the 2nd. So I'm really just trying to understand what the reality, because we've got a lot of projects that were engineeringly sound that we're having problems with right now. So I'm honestly trying to understand. So could you tell me about this here?
Yes, ma'am. I have been out there the afternoon following Ian, and I've been out there almost every day in the city following all the flooded areas. I think some people who may not be here have seen me walking in knee-deep water, checking out their drainage. Again, I know this has been told ad nauseum, but I'm going to say it again because it's a fact. The amount of rainfall we got, coupled with a wet September, the soils are saturated, some of the water bodies were above average, and then you couple that with the rainfall, overtaxed the system. And that applies to lakes, wetlands, depressional areas. Some of the city fared well because of topography, because of the soils, and others did not. This is obviously part of the Lake Teresa chain of lakes. As of the day we were able to open the plug legally, it's a landlocked lake. Every drop of water that falls in this huge watershed stays there. And then you got days and days of groundwater feeding these lakes. I think Phyllis alluded to earlier this evening, why are the lakes going up? Well, the 18 inches of rainfall that didn't fall in the water body fell in the sandy soils. That goes down and goes towards the lake. So you got this constant influx of groundwater well after the storm event that will take months and months to continue flowing into the lakes. That's why we asked the Water Management District, and they assisted the city to allow us to bring Lake Doyle and the chain of lakes a foot below what we're legally allowed to do, because we know once we shut that gate, the lakes will begin to rise ever so slowly again. It's just the nature of the area. So whether this development was here or not, that road would have gone underwater because of the amount of rainfall and the soil conditions we had.
Do we know how many residents this is affecting here, this development right here directly affecting right now because of the flooding? Have we talked to the residents? Do we know? I understand. Public comments are coming, and I really want to hear, but I have to hear from these guys right before public comments. I really do want to hear. So
I talked to residents on Little Court. I talked to a resident on Regent Drive. I talked to residents who are perpendicular to Regent Drive. I forget the name. I was out there on a Sunday, this past Sunday. Yeah. A lot of them asked me what I was doing. I told them we were trying to document the flooding after the fact so we can convince the district we need to have that gate stay open.
And I want, so not only for this project, but I want it known that that other residents have reached out to me about the mysterious man walking around. Residents, please understand that we are trying, that's what he is trying to do so that we are able to mitigate some of this. And I guess what I'm asking right now, is there any way that, is there any engineering process, in your opinion, sir, in your professional opinion, is there any engineering process or is there any help that the developer can give these residents, relief from this site at all, or is this a byproduct of of this flooding, because we talk about historical rainfall prior to, I understand about that, and I'm sure that we'll hear from the residents. The problem is, it's a very real problem right now, and that area was issue bound before this happened. So can you give them any hope? Can you give them any help as to anything that can be done at this juncture, sir, to give them some relief?
As we allowed by the district, and please understand that we have a vocal, and I won't give the name, opposition who wants the gates closed, and they are harassing the district ad nauseum with public records requests and other things, so we need to keep that individual hopefully at bay. But right now we have 90 days to keep the gates open. As the lakes recede to a comfortable level, that maybe we can pump Tiny Lake, the 3-Island Lake.
So I want it to be understood that St. John River Water Management has ultimate authority on how much we can push down into that system, correct, Mr. Hamstra?
Yes, and understand why. Lake Teresa is landlocked.
Yeah.
It never went to the river all these years. So when you take a square mile, 23 square mile watershed and take it to the river, even though today we're only contributing 0.5% of the total flow in the St. Johns River, it's a contribution they got away and straddle both sides of the fence, protecting people on Astor and Stone Island, and recognize we have people underwater.
So, sir, as an engineer also that understands this, that understands those interrelationships, I would like for you to give your best advice to our residents, understanding that the city is severely limited by some of the things that we can do, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who may our residents reach out to voice their concerns for us not being able to do what engineers find the progressively right thing to do? Who should they write to? Who should they call, sir, to make sure that we are heard? Is it the water management? Who is it, sir?
They've been cooperative, so I cannot have residents bombard them.
Yep.
They have given us 90 days to keep the gates open. If the river doesn't begin to recede in the next 3 or 4 months, they may say we got to close it permanently, but right now they are working with the city. And no disrespect, I don't want the public harassing them when they're really working with the city to keep it open, which is benefiting hundreds and hundreds of homeowners in the Teresa watershed.
And I understand that, but absolutely that nature abhors a vacuum, And so just giving that information, who the right people to contact are, that's all I'm trying to do for that information. So thank you for that information, sir.
Commissioner King?
Sir, I want you to draw me a picture of that map again. I see where Lake Tiny is, okay? The yellow line is the property in question, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So where the road is half covered is right north of Lake Tiny. That's not where it is, sir. That's not the spot. So if we're going to be an expert, let's be expert all the way. That Lake Tiny, if you'll look right up north of there, that's Collinswood Road, or Collinwood Drive, and that, sir, is where the water is flooding across the road. What you're pointing out over there is a low spot that collected the water from Lake Tiny. And that is now covered up along with what appears to be a lot of the wetlands right there just to the west of Lake Tiny, right, yes, in that corner right there. So, and by the way, the developer has several pools for water. But I can tell you the one that's closest to Lake Tiny, right up there in that top northeast corner, my swimming pool is bigger than that. I would like to know what the total capacity is of all of their pools that we could use for drainage, for collecting that water, what's the capacity of that compared to what you would estimate is on the ground up there right now? Because I don't think that those retention ponds could hold the water that we've had. On that property right there, I don't see how those retention ponds can hold the amount of water even to get it off the road. I just don't, I don't see that.
Well, they would not have been able to hold what Ian delivered. They are not required, nor the city require, the district require, that those ponds be taken to a higher standard to what Ian produced onto this area. So even standing here, if the ponds were built and sodded working with the 15 inches we got, they would overtop their banks and they probably would flood the road because they're not equipped for events of that magnitude, unfortunately.
Well, and I understand that. But we still have a lot of water up there, and that retention pond, that one there, that's almost non-existent at this point. There's no way. That water has to move somewhere. And I don't believe that ridge, go back to your other picture, please. The ridge that you're talking about on the property, yeah, that ridge right there, I don't see where that ridge is high enough to stop the water from running to the west. And if you were out there, I hope that since you were down at Regent, which is really quite a ways down the road from there, if you were out there, I hope that you drove slowly past the houses that are on the left side of the street there, Lake Helen Osteen Road, and just looked up into the driveway, because I can tell you, you didn't knock on any of those doors and talk to any of those people because they are underwater. So I'm very concerned about this area here. You know, we get this data, and we're supposed to say, okay, well, by the data, you know, it's fine. But when you go out and look at it, which is what I said, if you'll remember, Commission will probably remember, some of our citizens will remember, I said on 2 occasions when we voted on this project in the beginning that it wasn't a good idea because that whole area out there was going to flood because of if we ever had another rain, anything like we had in the past, that would all flood out there. And now we've got all these residents who are underwater. Lake Tiny is huge now. It's not now, it's Big Lake Tiny. And Lake Tiny Road is washed out. It's almost impassable. But I guess we go by the data and just vote yes. And I don't understand that at all because it's not making sense. If you look at it, go out there and look at it, it's not the same as sitting here and going, well, that's a nice picture, and there's a nice ridge, and the water stays over here, and this water goes over there. Hey, that water is everywhere out there. It's everywhere. So I'm just, you know, I appreciate all of your work, and I know that you're, you know, doing work like everybody else, trying to get all the evidence and help us out. But I'm telling you, this project it's in sad shape as far as I'm concerned. I don't even know what else to say about this thing. How do we solve a problem that we have? Just pray that we're not going to have another, 500-year storm. That'll work. I believe God could do that. But in the meantime, what do we do?
Well, look, just to maybe answer your question, in the future, if the city prevails in the future to have more control over the Lake Doyle control structure, where we don't have to wait for the governor's interference. If we can get control of that, then you can look at Lake Tiny getting some type of overflow or pump station to the chain of lakes, because right now it's isolated by itself. So,
What do you think the possibility of getting that control is?
well, you've had two homeowners the last 25 years continue to object to permits. Go back to the district again, revisit what issues have to be overcome, whether it's quality, quantity. I think the concerns from the two homeowners that I dealt with in 97 and 98 was the city drying out the lakes for development. I think the concern with the current challenge is that we're going to draw the lakes down too far and dry them out. We're told to shut the lake down 2 feet above what the district has called the minimum low level. So there's no way we're going to dry this out, but that seems to be what I'm hearing. I would love to talk to the homeowners that I dealt with 25 years ago to see what we can do to get past this impasse, because until this legally gets settled, we have to keep waiting for the governor to step in, issue an emergency order, beg for forgiveness, open the brick plug, and it's going to take months and months to lower this. And it's not a very efficient system, but we have legal challenges. I think I brought forth 2 weeks ago, and it may come back fairly soon again.
All right, thank you.
So I have a couple questions, sir. You just answered one of them, which is Lake Tiny is landlocked. The pond above Lake Tiny, where Mr. King, Commissioner King on Collinswood, that you see the pond right above it, is that on Collinswood, is that overflowing as well? That area, because Commissioner King said the water is coming down from the north and coming in there. So where does it originate from in the north? Are we going all the way up to the Lake Helen area?
Mayor, I did not delineate that green area and what's going to it directly.
And the reason I'm asking that is because whether this project is here or not, if your water situation is coming from the north, and if you look further up there, this is where we have road closures, we have a lot of issues up there, we have to mitigate that in some way, shape, and form with stormwater. Because whether this plat is approved or not, you're still going to have those issues in that area. Mm-hmm. And the bigger question is this. When you look at this particular plat, is it on sanitary sewer, first of all? Is this project on sanitary sewer?
Yes.
So your sewer, and does your stormwater runoff then go into your sewer system?
No, it's got its own system.
So it has its own system, which is the ponds.
The curb and gutter, the inlets, the pipes, and the pond.
And then they all go into the pond. They don't go into the sewer system. None of the stormwater goes into that.
No, not by design. I mean, you may have an extraordinary event where the water backs up, but no, it's not. They're isolated into separates.
And the reason I'm asking that question is, I mean, I am by far no engineer. But when you're looking at mitigating stormwater, you have to have some place where it can go. And we have a series of ponds. And I understand the concept of the ponds, but is there any way to, when you're putting a project on sanitary sewer, you're already running the pipes, you're already putting that into the system, is there a way to attach the stormwater to that as well? Instead of mitigating only with ponds and have the ponds maybe there as an overflow situation, or to mitigate from the north. Again, I'm no engineer. I'm just looking at how do we deal not only with this project, and is the project there, do we require larger stormwater ponds? Do we require better stormwater mitigation? Because it's not only this project, it's anything in the future we're going to have to look at and really work on how are we going to mitigate not only a project, but the area around it, because it doesn't do any good to just make that project nice that they're dry and everything else when everybody else around them has all these flooding issues. That, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
There are many cities in the wake of this, and I've been attending a lot of meetings, that are looking deep into potentially revamping the regulations. Do they up the amount of volume? Do they up the design storm events? And there's pros and cons of doing that. But there are a lot of cities looking back into their regulations and saying, is there something we could have done differently? And if we could have, would it have still mattered? So yeah, there's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking taking place. Again, I go back to, I've been in 5 or 6 counties the last 3 weeks. It's prevalent throughout the area, everywhere. Some areas more horrific than others, but I beat a dead horse. It's the wet conditions coupled with the hurricane rainfall was more than almost every system can handle. So.
And I agree with that, and we've seen that around, but what we have seen is since the 2003 to 2006 problems, when we had massive amounts of flooding, like we were talking about before, Piedmont was underwater, Tivoli area, all those things, we fixed those areas. And they didn't flood this time. Was it because maybe they didn't get the amount of rain that happened up here? Maybe it was the weather system. I don't know. I just...
Well, you could definitely engineer a system. I mean, I think Phyllis alluded to that. We did DeBerry for 20 years. We got $30 million in grants. They put in a massive system. And talking to DOT and others, it weathered Ian beautifully. And I'm glad to hear that because it was 20 years of my life. It could be engineered. You need the help of FEMA. You're not going to have enough money in-house to build what you need to build to make this a better area. But you're going to, first comes public assistance, and they're gathering all those dollars now throughout the state of Florida. 20% of those dollars then gets earmarked for hazard mitigation grant. And then federal government tells Volusia County through a notice of funding availability how much each county gets based on Ian, and then you and all your neighbors argue for that piece of the pie for their projects, and that's how we get the grants. It's been 5 years since Irma. We're still doing FEMA grants that are not built yet. It's a lengthy process, but it does pay 75% of the construction cost, which is a big ticket. You still got to pay the 25% match, and the cost of these projects could be millions of dollars. And that's something the City Commission will have to look to in the future, whether they raise the stormwater utility rates or things like that to get the revenue enough to pay for the match for the FEMA grants. But yes, it could be engineered to be corrected moving forward.
Well, I just think that that's something that needs to be looked at because, again, this project is there, and it borders on the areas that have issues. But again, what do we do with the north part of it where you have all those issues? I mean, it's just, anyway, I know that we have the applicants here, correct? And did they want to go ahead and say something before? So we're going to go to public comment then afterwards. But
Madam Mayor, can I just say
Yes.
one more thing? The little pond that you pointed out up on Collinswood, I don't know that pond drains into Lake Tiny, but that pond is full up.
I believe that.
I mean, full. It's up to the road. It actually, and I've talked, when Mr. Peters was here, I talked to him a year ago when we had some heavy rains. The water in that pond comes up over the sidewalk, and the drain is between the sidewalk and the road, and the drain is higher than the sidewalk and just barely lower than the road. So right now, the water there is over the sidewalk, over the drain, and up against the edge of the road, and it's not going anywhere. So whatever's happening with that drain, it's not working. And I've been told that it's on the list, but it's so far down the list that it's not going to get done probably in my lifetime to fix that.
But then that's what we have to address. That's why I'm just looking on this list.
That's what's going on.
We can't let that go.
And I just wanted to clarify, down the road, down by Regent, further down the road toward Catalina, there is a pond on the right-hand side of the road. That's where they want to put in this same project north. And I think that somebody from the city ought to go back there and take a look at the high water right now and see where it is. Because if they don't do that, then we're going to have another problem there, because those houses will be underwater. Because that's the area in Lake Helen-Osteen Road that we had blocked off because the water was, 2 feet over the road. So I think we should consider taking a look at that.
Absolutely.
Before we do any building back there.
Absolutely. Okay, well.
And that does connect. That does connect from, it goes underneath the road to Three Islands, and that little pond is fed from somewhere else off to the north.
Did you have anything you'd want to address while we're having these discussions in terms of the stormwater and the ponds and everything else?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tina Lee from Starlight Homes, 1064 Greenwood Boulevard, Suite 124, Lake Mary. Thank you. Our engineers did get together today with Mr. Hamstra to discuss all of this, and again, have come up to the resolution that it was properly designed and is currently being built. So to the extent that there's help that we can provide, we will certainly do that, and we will look to our engineers to tell us if there is something that we can do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to public comment now. Please read all the people that are signed up for this item on public comment.
Okay. Michael Beckman, Chris Collier, Sierra Mondell, Brandy White, Lindsay Briones, Mary Nottingham. That'll be Ed. Okay, Michael Beckman, please.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
We have it.
You have a copy too, Liz, right? Yeah.
Michael Beckman, licensed real estate broker for over 30 years. I've lived in West Volusia since 1970. I'm in opposition of approving the plat for this development at this point for Island Walk South. I'm the owner of Family Realty Rentals and Family Realty Properties. Like I say, I've been here since 1970. I'm the owner of 2422 Lake Tiny Road in Deltona. I've owned that property since 11/15 of 2001, almost 21 years, and have never seen it this bad, ever. We've never had water there, and now we do. I own a little three-bedroom, two-bath home. It's a rental. I have a 30 by 30 shed. You've seen the pictures if you've perused through them. This is the worst I've ever seen it. And I've seen Charlie, Francis, and Jean cut through here. And we didn't have these kind of issues. But in the packet of pictures that I did provide to you, there's 5 sets. The first picture is the proximity of my property to their development. I'm the closest one down to their spill-off, runoff, little retention ponds that are impacting Lake Helen-Osteen Road currently. Every day, you should see the people dodging the water. It gets ridiculous. The second set of pictures are of Lake Tiny, the house that I own there, from May 8th of 2020. Those were the good days. June 8th of 2022, still pretty nice. I had guys, pulling stuff out of my 30 by 30 metal building that I store stuff for my rentals that I have here in Deltona. June 8th, 2022, one picture. And then September 16th, prior to the storm, you can see that it is already starting to flood, and the storm hasn't even got here. The storm came later. So there's water there impacting my property already. And this is all since the development of this project started. The pictures after the storm, which is the set of 3 in that set, there's 4 pictures. You can see them. You see what the impacts are. It's devastating. It's devastating to the rest of the neighbors down there, too. The 4th set of pictures are the subdivision from October 2nd. You can see the spillovers, you can see the washouts. They've impacted, they've encroached on wetlands. They've encroached on other issues related to this development. I've done developments too, and this is ridiculous with this project. The 5th set, pictures from today. So you can still see the impact, and I even gave you one at Lake Helen Osteen where people are dodging things. In recap, I stand in opposition of approving this final plat for Island Walk South. Look at the pictures presented to you and make a good decision. That does not further harm to any of the homes or families impacted by this area. This area, there may be litigation because this is ridiculous. And I have questions for the engineer. How much wetlands have been impacted? The pond to the east is not sufficient to handle it, and that's the one out there by Lake Helen Osteen Road that people are dodging. The water flowing north to east towards the road where you think that little retention depression area that you've built a retention pond is adequate? No, I'm sorry, sir. Do your calculations and do them correctly. And again, I've lived here since 1970. I've never seen this. I've owned this home 21 years.
Chris Collier,
Thank you,
please.
sir.
Thank you. I wish my wife was here to get through this in 4 minutes. I'll do my best. I have this labeled Teacher Take Two. Ms. McCool, to answer your question, who to contact, St. Johns River Water Management District, SJRWMD, or Mr. Gray. If you do a property appraiser search, you can see he owns a property where this goes into. I would assume that's who you talk to. Madam Mayor, to answer your question, pond liners, as they do in Ocala, you put irrigation, it irrigates the property, you put them on a float switch, water comes up, water goes out, water stays on the property. When the pond drops, float switch comes off. I did about 12 years in lake and wetland management prior to being a teacher. Again, we've had 26 inches in the past and not flooded the way we have. Just a question, why is water from our area not going all the way across town and not into Deep Creek preventatively? It's going all the way across into a 60-inch culvert. For you people that were talking about, you haven't impacted the water going from Tiny to my lake. Do you not understand groundwater and how it translocates horizontally? It hasn't moved in a week on the road. I have a video from today. It's about 6 seconds where I almost got hit with a car. Go stand there for 5 minutes and you'll see cars almost getting hit currently. Mr. Paradise, you said that there was 80,000 cubic feet of brush removed. Quick calculation, this room's 100 by 100 by 40. That's 400,000 cubic feet. So that's about 1/5 of this room. That seems a little bit less impressive. 1/2 inch was what the lakes could hold if you pump the water out. What's the percolation rate if it's 1/2 inch per 12 hours? That's 1 inch a day. Drop the lakes 2 inches per day. You can do the math. I had to shut the power off at my boathouse 3 weeks prior to the storm, which has been validated. So I'd like copies of the records of the water levels and how that data was derived. The river flows south on any storm that goes up through Jacksonville. Astor is a pinch point, but that's, anyways. What's the flow rate? This is my original stuff. What's the flow rate coming out of the pipe at Lake Helen Osteen? What's the size of the pipe? How many gallons per minute? How many gallons per hour is it designed to handle? How does this compare to what has been coming in? How about Howland's culvert pipe and LCAM? How long does it take our water to go all the way through to the 60-inch culvert in Lake Bethel? It was still coming up on October 10th at that culvert and was still only about 50% capacity of that pipe. And that begs the question, what's the standard operating procedure? 72 hours, 36 hours prior to a storm. What have been the water gauge levels from the past 5 years? Do you guys even know what these are or look like or what water gauges are used for? If they aren't used, how can you determine the impact of new homes on the area if you haven't monitored that over a 5-year period of time or whatever? How long for the water from Island Walk to get to that 60-inch pipe? Is there a liner in the ponds? No, there isn't. So where's that water going? All the way across town. Suggestion, liner in ponds, irrigate the property on a float switch. Mr. Paradise, flooding on Lake Helen Osteen. You claim there is no disadvantage to approving this. What about the family that dies in a car crash because the water level's over the road because of this development thing? Would that belong in your disadvantage section, sir? And you said, how are they going to be able to defend not approving this? Take some pictures, dude. To me, this sounds like too much college, not enough high school.
Thank you, sir.
Sierra Mondale, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I good?
Speak up.
Okay, I'm going to start off. I wrote an entire speech. I'm going to read that. I want to start off by saying that I have lived on Lake Tiny my entire life. I was born and raised in the house I'm living in. I have explored these woods, the wetlands, the rise and fall of these waters over my last 25 years of life. I know how the lands are supposed to be. I do not think that they should be built on. I think that they are wetlands, that if the forest was allowed to soak up the water through the trees' roots, through the natural habitat, that we would not be experiencing this type of thing if we just stopped building on habitats. There's natural ways that the world has to make the water go in there. Anyway, I have this written. It's going to sound a lot better than what I just said because I can't speak because I'm very emotional about this issue. So I'm going to read off this. My name is Sierra Mondale. I live on the corner of Lake Tiny Road and Center Road. My family and I, as well as our neighbors, have been severely affected by the recent flooding due to the new development being built on the wetlands near our homes. Before the hurricane hit, just so everybody knows, before the hurricane hit, it's not after, it's before. We had been watching the water levels rise as a result of nearby trees being torn down. After doing some research, I learned that the wetland property on the other side of the lake that borders our property had a public hearing to change the zoning of the land to a residential one from agricultural. This decision has enabled the destruction of property by raising the elevation to an unnatural level, effectively causing massive flooding on the homeowners' properties that border the lake. Once the hurricane hit, it was impossible to deny the severe implications of this recent ecological change. The amount of flooding that the people of this area have received from the hurricane is massive, and due to that, our road has been flooded on each end, causing most of the residents, who, by the way, are teachers in Volusia County, over half of the residents on our road are teachers of Volusia County. Due to that, our road has been flooded on each end, causing most of the residents to not have direct access to their houses. Our dumpster is sitting in water, causing possible contamination and deeming it unusable for the people it's intended for. We have been forced to park our cars down the road and invest in rain boots in order to walk through a creek of water to and from our houses every day since the storm hit. We are asking for help to save our wetlands and restore a portion of it to help the waters recede, not only for our residents, but also for the safety of the people we witnessed driving through the flooding on Lake Honosteen. I have witnessed several people having to decide whether to drive through deep waters or driving into oncoming traffic to avoid it, including me on my way to and from work every single day. Our properties and places we call home will not be able to recover from this without help from somebody. We are all present here tonight. Obviously, who I was with has left. We dragged out through most of this meeting. Obviously, it's set up a certain way so that people will leave before the end of it. I understand that. I'm sorry for my recent outbursts, but I am very upset about this. But I just want to let you guys know that I am present here tonight because I want you guys to know that we are affected and we are asking for help to please reverse these effects. I'm losing my childhood home because I'm seeing flooding that I've never seen in my life. And people can just sit here and get offered money to build developments when there's livelihoods at stake. And honestly, I'm sorry I'm crying. And I probably said sorry enough tonight. And you guys are probably thinking I'm just an emotional young girl, but I'm very passionate about this, and I will not stop coming to these meetings until I see a change happen. Please help me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona. I want to touch on a few things real quick before I get into on this map. Mayor, you mentioned Piedmont didn't flood. They did flood. I have pictures. I have residents. A lot of that probably still comes from Farley Court, where there was a natural spring that was built on by homes. The other side of those homes have since, I believe, been bought and removed because of the natural spring issue. Can I get a date for this map?
The contours are 2019.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is going to go where I'm going with this. So you guys are all familiar with Catalina, I hope, and how it was dry for about 10 years. Previous years to that, it was not dry. It was a lake, and it dried up, and so somebody thought it'd be a great idea that let's build on it. Well, here comes the driveway, and then here comes the lake back. Now, this is pre-Ian, okay, because the water's always going to flow back. Same thing with here. If you see the low-lying line, I wish I had a little pointer, but you see that little yellow line that kind of loops under? It's kind of covered right now with the density of the red, but there's a very low-lying yellow line right there. That's your connecting point of the waterways. It does connect. Not just underneath the ground to groundwater, but it does connect. This might show it as a dried up section because it's not current, but this was all very wet before Ian. We had water on the road before Ian, not as near as it is now, but there was water already showing on the road. In fact, we have emails going back over a year regarding this specific area and the high groundwater levels and asking for something to be done. In fact, when this originally came up, I believe within the last year, I specifically came up here and I said, will they be responsible when the neighboring areas get flooded, including the roadways? Why? Because I've been here long enough to see where it floods on these roads and where it's coming from and why. And it was very clear if you develop this area, it was going to cause all these surrounding areas issues. Let's just take a look at this map and sink this in. All this dark lying area is where they want to build, right? What are you going to tell these homeowners when all the surrounding lakes around them flood their homes? You're setting up 50 more families to fail, to lose their hard-earned money, to lose everything they own. That is going to flood. Already is. What else did I have in my notes? There was a little confusion. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but Lake Tiny, it's actually the opposite way. So 3 Island, I believe, comes down, drains into that little yellow area, which would be green if you had new maps. And then it flows down, and it will connect into Lake Tiny. The same thing with Up. I told you guys before this came up, I said that the swamp area on the right-hand side of Lake Hellenocene Road across from over by Regent, where they're talking about, that interconnects. I was told, standing up here, go watch that meeting. I'm wrong, it does not interconnect. If you pull up the topography maps, it absolutely does connect underground underneath Lake Hellenocene Road, just as I stated. This same thing is going to happen right here. I can't believe with all these homes that are still underwater right now, especially on this side of Lake Hellenocene Road, that this is even on the agenda. I said that October 3rd that I wanted to vomit because I come here after wading through water, helping people, to hear this on the agenda. Hey, let's add 15 more. I thought we had a moratorium.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lindsay Briones, please. Lindsay Briones. Mary Nottingham. Okay, thank you. All right, Mary, that closes public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. So, commissioners, do you have any more questions in terms of what was brought up with in public comment?
You guys said the last meeting you were going to walk it. Did you guys walk it?
Let's see, Commissioner Sosa and Commissioner Bradford.
Okay, this question's for Ron. Looking at the map, the highlighted area, that almost rectangular, that's what basically is going to be platted, correct?
Yes, sir. That will be platted.
Now, the yellow and the green means it's very low area, correct?
It is lower topography.
Good. Has that been built up to match the brownish red?
I am not sure what they've done on the site. I think they, according to what Engineer Hamstra said, is that they've kind of worked with the topography to, minimize cut and fill activities.
So wouldn't we need to know that if we're going to issue elevation certificates and so forth?
I don't think any of this property, actually none of the properties in the 100-year floodplain.
Okay. So do we know how much of the property was filled and how much fill was used?
There has been no fill brought to this site that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
Okay, now I'm confused. Is this area underground or underwater at this time?
The entire site? No.
What percentage of the site is underwater at this time?
I don't know.
3%.
What I'm trying to figure out is if it's in the flood zone. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
There is a portion of the property located associated with what is labeled as Lake Tiny that is wetland and would be considered flood prone, but none of it is within the 100-year flood plain as far as the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program maps go.
So,
and that's not entirely unusual, but that area of the wetland on the extreme right side of the property was preserved and otherwise left alone and afforded a 25-foot buffer.
well, that's where I need to see what part of this is in the flood zone right now, because yes, you are telling me it's not a part of a 100-year FEMA flood zone, but unfortunately, I have to look at reality, which is right now. We're being told this was a 100-year flood, correct? So I hate to say it, I really don't care what the FEMA flood zone map says. What I have to go by is what we're physically seeing right now. And what I have a big concern on is we haven't even built the homes here yet. So what part of this, and I'm sure the landowner sitting there can answer that question, what part right now is flooded that is going to have homes built on it? Because I cannot in a good conscience say, hey, let me go build a home on it. I don't think we're allowed to build in a flood zone. Maybe we didn't know this at the time. I understand there's consequences. I understand, they're saying according to the site plan that was approved, they've done it. Because they were told it's not in a flood zone. But reality check says, is it flooded at this time? And what I'd like to actually see is not a 2019 map, but a map at this time that shows me what portion of this is flooded. If you show me a map that says, Ron, like you're saying where the green is, and I faintly remember this, but I do know we did keep an area over there where you left it because it was flooded. But what I'm looking at right now, I can't in good conscience say that we're okay to build on this. I mean, I'm a little nervous, and I don't think I'm the only one. This will drastically raise. And if it wasn't a part of the 100-year, it's probably going to be. So, again, I'm going to ask the question and see if somebody can answer it and point out to me on here what part of the building area of this site is flooded at this time. And was flooded the last 2 weeks.
Here's the area that Ron has mentioned, which is the wetland area next to Lake Tiny and the buffer that's adjacent to it. And then this is the west side. This is pretty much where the, if you want to call it the green areas on the pre-development contours were, where the ponds are going to be, and then the lots built around it at higher ground. I did not walk down into this area to see the extent of the flooding under the under construction area. I was focusing on the neighboring areas and the right-of-way, but I did not walk down in here at this point.
So that's several homes that if you build, you're going to be building in a flood area. Does the owners of the property have any intention of revising that since they've seen what they've seen?
So I've been texting with our engineer. The lots in that cul-de-sac area have been raised.
How were they raised?
So the fill from the property.
The fill was brought in?
No, it wasn't brought in. There's fill from the property that's used to, the cut and fill that Mr. Hamster was talking about was used from the property.
So you just moved fill from one area to the next?
Correct. I have not, I went out there the evening of our last commission meeting, so wasn't able to see any water, so I haven't been out to the site, so I don't know which lots, but can only imagine it would be the property where the wetland is on that east side. I'd have to go back out and look. I just haven't been to the site. And my land guy isn't here. I'm the entitlement person, so I haven't been out to actually physically look at the site.
I mean, you obviously see our concerns, you know.
No, I do.
mean, I understand you guys did it, and at the time, if you like built it to the way and you did your land grading the way you were supposed to, but now seeing that you have substantial flooding, and you know, if we're looking at that area, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, probably what? Say 8 houses are in danger of flooding or more. I mean, conscience-wise, how could you say, I can sell you this house, and I know we flooded substantially here? I mean,
So again, you know, I have to work with my engineers. They're the ones that know how to work the drainage. We designed it so that it would not, our water would not flood, go outside of the ponds. We did preserve the wetland areas. We did not impact the wetlands. We stayed within all of the uplands. So from a design perspective, it's designed properly. The flooding, you know, the fill came from, you know, digging the ponds so that we had the ponds to put the water in. And again, this, you know, we keep saying this is an extraordinary event. At 100-year, this would not be happening. The 100-year flood, this would not be happening. This is a 500-year event. So again, it's properly designed for normal standards per the Water Management District.
so you're saying this area in 2004 didn't flood?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I have to actually admit I did see the area flooded in myself. So I don't know how it's not in the 100-year flood zone.
So we, you know, again, as part of the process of getting the approvals, we had to go through the Water Management District, and they have to do a walk to establish the wetland line, which they did, which is what we base our design on. And our final plat is based on those approved lines by the Water Management District and the city.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying is you based it on a design that was approved. Ron, how does this work, or maybe the city manager can inform this to me, how does it work if we had a circumstance similar to what we're doing right now? You know, prior to this flood, it was designed, it was done, they're saying, okay, release my bond, but we know there's substantial flooding. So what can we do? Because on good conscience, I've got a problem with homes being built there and taking the risk of this. I mean, the more flooded homes we have, the higher our insurance rates go.
You know, we'd probably have to do more, I don't know if you can hear it or not.
Yeah, I can.
You would, we'd have to do a little more research on it to look at exactly where, you know, where the lines are, but it is an unusual flood event. And that's something that, you know, probably in my lifetime, I've never seen the kind of water we've had at this time. and I'm a native Floridian. I've seen a lot of hurricanes in all those years. But each site is uniquely different, and this one is unusual because of the surrounding lakes and wetlands. That complicates the performance on the site. Now, the engineers will tell you that they have designed it to the current standards, which is correct. They're probably at current meeting the design standards required by the state and by the city. But to look at the case, we would have to take a little time to really review the impacts and then find out if it's a solution. Maybe it's a property we should own rather than them. That's another alternative. But I can't give you much more information than that at this time.
So do we put this off until we have further research?
Is he vested, Ron? Is this project vested?
This project has zoning entitlements.
It has entitlements?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Probably we may want to look at buying it. That is a option, because that's basically what we're saying. If we don't give them the authority to use it for some purpose, we're basically condemning it. And I'm not the attorney here, but that even may be a solution. Whether it sounds good or not, it may be a solution that we want to undertake in this case because of the circumstances of this topography in that area. Now, there is no guarantee that even doing that's going to solve flooding for the area, but certainly it would not compound it.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner King, and then Commissioner McCool.
I have a question regarding.
Okay, you want to do that?
I have a question regarding the flooding on Lake Helen Osteen in front of this supposed subdivision coming up. So I drove by there last Wednesday, and it was still a one-lane road, and all the flooding was on the development side. Where was all that water going? Was it going on the site that was being developed?
I think it was migrating towards these low areas, including Lake Tiny and maybe the depressional area up front along the Lake Helen Osteen Road corridor. And, not to get off topic here, but just as an FYI, the applicant has indicated that, maybe we should table this and move and then come back and revisit this stuff and do a little bit of more technical research along those lines to kind of, address some of these concerns and ideas.
I think
Commissioner King, Commissioner McCool, are you good with presenting a table this item?
Yeah, but I still have something to say.
Okay, go ahead and say, and then we'll move on to the next. Commissioner
Ron,
McCool.
can you please go back to the other map? The top, yes. If I'm wrong, you correct me. We're looking again at the yellow line that is the boundaries of that piece of property. So far, so good. The light green is the lake, correct?
The light green are areas of lower topography. And yes, you're correct.
It says Lake Tiny
Yes.
right there.
Yes.
So I'm going to consider that the pond, Lake Tiny, and there's another little area that is a pond there. And all of that green and all of that yellow is either lake, wetlands, or low land. So far, so good, sir? Okay. So you got all of that on the east side that's either wetlands, lake, or lowland. you got that spot in the middle at the north end of the property. That looks like to me it's the same color light green as Lake Tiny is. And there's a little bit of darker in the middle. It's that way because it's wet, and it's wet almost all the time. And then you got some other yellow low-lying area. And then on the west side, please notice that there's more green and yellow. Those are wetlands. Those are low-lying areas. And when we started this thing, when this project first came to us, if I'm not mistaken, our P&Z board said no to this. And I know I said no to it because a 25-foot buffer, I think that's what I heard originally, was going to save the wetlands and the lake from ever being harmed in any way. But you take a look at that map and you tell me how they can build covering up wetlands, because that's what that is. And if I'm wrong, then please tell me I'm wrong and show me how I'm wrong. But I think that this is a mistake. And I don't think any of us saw this map when this whole thing started. Talk about needing all of the information up front to make good decisions is what we're supposed to be asking the staff to do. So I don't think we had the right information in the beginning. And I would like to see a map that's a 2021 or 22 map, because there is a yellow ridge or yellow line running through there that basically would connect those two wetlands together. You can see that yellow right through the middle. It just kind of loops down like this, right in the middle. That's because it's low land. So we've, like, you remember the other night, Madam Mayor, when you went, oh, damned? What are we damming? We're not damming anything. But you know what? That's what we just did. We just dammed that. We closed that off. And when you go out there in the daytime and you look at all of this, please drive slowly down the left side of Lake Helen Osteen Road when you're going toward Catalina. The right side of the road is higher and it's dry. The left side of the road, look down the driveways of all of those houses. You can't get to them without a boat. So, yes, I'm good with however you want to do it. Table it, continue it, let's do something. But we need to fix what we started here, because this is totally wrong. You know what? Continue. Commissioner Bradford, if all of those houses that they're going to build, that 57 houses that they want to build in there, were all high and dry, consider all of the neighbors that live down the road from them, because they're already flooded. Consider that. So we're going to ask the developer to come in and build 57 new homes because we don't really care about the citizens that are already living there, that they're underwater now. We need to think this out, and I hope we go slow with this, and let's get all of the information up front, and then we can make a decision. But for us to make a decision on this tonight would be absolutely wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Commissioner McCool, because actually, Commissioner King, to your point of everything being built up and raised up there, where is the outfall? And the outfall is down. Obviously, you're going to build this up and make it even. Where does everything go? Unless you have a really good stormwater system, and the ponds aren't going to hold it. They're just not.
What it's doing is it's coming out from that Lake Tiny area, it's coming down to Howland Boulevard. It's coming down to Howland, because that's Howland Boulevard down there below all that.
Central Road is completely flooded.
So that's what's happening there.
Okay, Commissioner McCool?
Commissioner McCool is just going to ask that we table this until our next meeting.
Commissioner Ramos, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, because you're next. Okay, wait, first of all, we need to discuss, yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, we'd recommend that you continue it to the next meeting so we can gather information to make a decision.
Continuation, and you want to do it to the November 7th meeting? Is that going to be enough time?
Is it going to be enough time?
2 weeks?
Yeah, the engineers indicate, it'll be enough time. And I do suggest it be continued to time certain so we don't have to re-advertise or anything like that. Right.
Okay, so Commissioner McCool, did you want to go ahead and make a motion on that?
I do, Madam Mayor. I hereby make a motion to continue resolution number 2022-28 until our next scheduled time certain meeting of November 7th.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner McCool to continue to November 7th, 2022, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we vote, please?
Maybe.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
At that time, will we have information pertaining to this site, what portions were flooded? Because as the city manager, stated, we've got some major decisions to make at this point, and, I can't in good conscience build any homes on that, knowing that this can happen again.
All the information that the commission requested and the concerns from the public need to be addressed on that day.
Thank you. And I don't think Vice Mayor's question got answered either.
No, my question never got a chance to be answered, but that's fine. We made the motion.
Okay, motion passes 7-0 to move on. Now, next, old business. We have no old business. New business, 8A, request for approval of United Healthcare contract for health and dental insurance. Ms. Wilk. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in this last issue.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'm here to discuss the recent RFP that went out for bid on medical and dental insurance. Just to give you a little bit of background, last year with Cigna, we had a renewal of 3%. We've had Cigna health insurance since 2016. And then this year, even though we had a rate cap because our claims ratio, our loss ratio was low, they did offer an increase that was lower than what the cap was, which was 4.9. We worked together with Robin Riley from Accentria. She's our broker. And we discussed that this put us in a favorable condition to be able to go out and competitively bid with other carriers. So we did move forward with that process. We received 6 bids from various medical providers, 11 from various dental providers, and due to the fact that there was a reduction, we had a selection committee. There was 3 different members. I was part of the committee, Jacqueline Planas, also from Human Resources, and Lieutenant Donaldson from the Fire Department. We reviewed all of the proposals. The medical proposal from United Healthcare had a 4.2 to 5.6 premium decrease, overall. That would have brought us down, with a savings that's split between employees and the city of $301,590. But what that actually doesn't take into account is the additional savings compared to the 4.9% increase that Cigna was intending on giving us if we renewed with them. So overall, it looked like this was the best decision to make for the city as well as for employees. We did carefully look at the network that was provided by Cigna. It's a very large network, by United Healthcare. It's a very large network, and we found that there would be minimal disruption between providers. The dental plan would also be under the same carrier, so for once in a very long time, we would have medical, dental, and vision all together under one carrier, which we felt like that was a plus. One of the other large benefits to going forward with United Healthcare was their wellness program. We've had the wellness program under the department for many, many years. We've actually been acknowledged many times for the fact that we do have higher than the average participation in the wellness program. This program and the offerings that they gave to us allow us to expand the program, not just to employees, but also to their spouses. So now we'll have a program that actually gives another benefit to individual spouses and increases that benefit amount. We currently do a maximum of $250. It'll go up to $300 per individual if they meet certain health criteria. United Healthcare has also offered to come on site, which is something that has been important to employees, so we'll be able to continue the same services that we were given before through the wellness program. And they've also given us a cap for 2024 of 9%. So just in case things change between now and then, at least we know that we have that cap in place. They have offered to have additional staff at open enrollment so that we can roll this information out, if approved by the commission, to employees and assure them that if they're in the process of having different types of services scheduled, planned, that we can make sure that they are able to transition to the new provider and to still be able to have those services done. Did you have any questions?
Any commissioners, any questions? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. So I know that a lot of commissioners opt to just take dental. Can that still be done? Because now you're saying it's combined into one.
Just the same carrier, so that we don't have multiple carriers. But yes, every commissioner has the option to choose what coverages they would like to have or not like to have. And we do have open enrollment coming up at the beginning of next month.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public that signed up to speak on this item?
No, ma'am.
Then we'll close the public comment portion of this. Commissioner Bradford.
I move to approve and award the agreement to United Healthcare for health and dental insurance for a total annual cost of $5,206,597, which reflects premiums shared by the city and employees.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner King. May we vote, please? Motion passes 7-0. Next on the agenda is the public forum. Liz, will you please read those people that have signed up for the public forum? Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay, Nick Lully, John Tiem, Stephanie Ann Cox, Troy Shimkus, Brandy White, Edwin Lasanta, Chris Collier, Albert Bryant. Nick Lully, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and a welcome to our new interim city manager. That certainly is a very important position, and this will be our second time together. I lived in Daytona Beach previously, so I'm looking forward to, hopefully, great days ahead. So a big topic I want to talk to you about tonight is public information, and I know last week you heard me touch on a little bit, but with a little bit more time on the clock this evening, maybe I can elaborate on some of it further. Obviously, if you've checked your inboxes, you know I'm lobbying hard for that role. But I wanted to just give you an overview of some of the things that I've noticed in the past couple weeks that I find are certainly important things that I think we need to address. The first and foremost was the open public information position. Since it was originally posted, was modified to reduce the amount of experience requested, which I found rather interesting because we know of at least one applicant who met the existing requirements for the role. So I was a little confused why we would want to ask for less experience at a time when, of course, our city is in great need. I had a meeting scheduled with the deputy city manager, who I later learned was suspended, on October 5th to discuss this. I have not yet been contacted by city staff to have that meeting rescheduled. I was promised that it would be rescheduled. Of course, I thought it was a very important role for our city. I had great ideas for it. So hopefully that will be coming. A couple of things that I've noticed in the past couple weeks that have been out on the city's public-facing channels, whether that's television, social media, etc. There are numerous spelling, grammatical, and style errors on our channels right now, including the word Presbyterian, which can be found even on the most basic spell checkers, continues to get reposted as a misspelling. And then various other style errors you'll see, like just the time suffixes, PM, AM, will be styled 5 different ways on one post. Seems pretty minor, but those do add up, and it does make it confusing and sloppy for our citizens. Our city website currently links to an older YouTube page than what's being used currently. If you click it through our website right now, for example, you won't find last week's commission meeting. You'll have to go to a completely different YouTube channel to find that. Our city website currently directs viewers to watch Deltona TV on a cable provider that has not existed since 2016. Lists Bright House Networks, for those of you who remember that. In the past couple days, I witnessed what could have been a great video from Chief Snyder, a live Facebook video that went out live, and it was rotated 90 degrees. So we kind of had to watch sideways as the chief was telling us about the great things they were doing, which should be celebrated, but you can't do that when you can't watch it properly. At a recent city food truck event, I guess the vendors were directed to park in, as I observed, handicap parking, while 2 other events were going on at the center. To me, whoever was putting together those plans for that, it certainly demonstrates a lack of understanding of ADA, Title VI, and any of the other things that exist to protect protected classes of citizens. And I know that has been a very important focus of our commission. The media has no idea who to call in our city to get the right information. When I've talked to the media recently, they honestly have no idea. So that leaves a void for other folks who may not have our city's best interests at heart to fill that. And the local media actually went on TV and said that they were confused. So you have my email, you have my phone number, you know where to reach me if you need any help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
John Tiehm, T-I-E-H-M. Stephanie Ann Cox. Troy Shimkus.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say a couple quick things. We heard a lot about resources tonight for hurricane support, and I wanted to let you know that there's also one right here in Deltona. The Deltona United Church of Christ on Providence and Tivoli has on Wednesdays and Thursday afternoons from 4 to 7, they have hot meals, pantry items, clothing donations, things like that to support those families. And they are excuse me, they are available also by phone. If you want to contact Lisa Hager, her number is 321-749-5267. So if you need a different time to get there, they're willing to be open to receive anyone who needs any of those items at any time. And I also wanted to say that on Saturday, Deltona Strong and the Community Gardens had our annual Harvest Festival, and it was a great event. We had a lot of great families there. We had face painting, we had family portraits, we had all kinds of fun things and activities for the kids. I want to thank those of you that were able to make it out for that event, and we're looking forward to having a lot more of those events events coming up, and we have some great plans for the gardens again this year, so we're looking forward to doing some more work. But I also wanted to say a really quick thank you very much to the Parks and Rec Department, who went above and beyond, as they always do for us, and they helped get that place cleaned up a little more because we did have some storm damage. One of the awnings over the bleachers at the gardens had been basically lifted and tossed over a fence, and it was in the way, but they came out and they fixed it. They got everything mowed and cleaned and everything. So again, thank you, Parks and Rec. You guys have always been really awesome for us, and we appreciate that support from them, as well as to those of you that were able to make it out to that event and to our other events, and we look forward to seeing you at the next one. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Tom Burbank, please.
Hello again. Tom Burbank, 2073 Brewster Drive. It's happening again. I've stood here hundreds of times in the last 20 years as an applicant trying to get you all to approve a project, and as a member of staff trying to get you all to approve or deny a project. And every time I come up here, I feel like a kid trying to give a book report and I only read half the book. Thing is, I probably wrote some of those books. And I've been here long enough tonight. There's some stuff that I want to comment on. The Commissioner King, you can rest assured that probably 3 out of the north is a dead animal. Both as a representative of the Soil and Water Conservation District and on the P&Z Board, I think we may have killed that. I think they'll go back to the drawing board on that. And I think these events, it's dead, it's buried. The food trucks on the handicap spaces, that's inexcusable. I fought that ordinance every step of the way, and I know for a fact that they are required to turn in a site plan when they get a food truck event that shows where they're going to put the trucks. And if they didn't do that, then somebody's not doing their job, and y'all better be damn lucky Jody Lee's not here to say that. So now to my point, I've been coming to the city for years to talk about the lack of planning for the future. You heard me earlier. I'm kind of an armchair advocate for obvious reasons. Check it out. When I was bugging the city for these handicaps or these elderly things, I was talking about parking mostly. I apologize for that. I was being self-serving, and as far as I can tell from what I've read, y'all's hands are probably pretty much tied. In 2010, I put an addition onto my house to move my mother in with me. I was her primary caregiver, and a lot of my responsibilities involved taking her places, take her to her doctor's visits, take her to the restaurants, take her shopping, wherever she needed to go. I took her there, and more often than not, we'd go to a property, and there would be insufficient handicap parking, almost invariably. Many of you all have seen the emails on a weekly basis. Went to Walmart today, couldn't find a place to park. Went to Publix today, couldn't find a place to park. The ADA, which was adopted in 1990, it set forth minimum standards. The city has adopted those standards. There's that word again, standards, huh? Okay, so here I am to save your day. So the point of my nagging was for handicap parking, but I'm going to talk now on a much broader issue. We need to elevate our game. We can't just keep going with minimum standards. We've got standards that we follow that are adopted by, that we follow. St. John's River Water Management District promulgated them. FDEP promulgated them. The Corps of Engineers promulgated them. All these outside agencies are drafting regulations, and we're just using theirs because we just haven't ever written our own. Our Land Development Code came from Volusia County. It was written back in the 80s. I know I was there, and it does the same thing. It goes to the standards. So I'm thinking that it's time the city, that's you and hopefully, well, in the next commission, and we need to really seriously consider raising those standards. And I've got a couple ideas. I'm going to give you an example. We use the FDOT standards, and right there on the cover it says the minimum standards for road and bridge construction. There, Google? Okay. So here's just some, I'm just spitballing here, some things that we might want to consider. Maybe instead of a 12-inch above the crown of the road for finished floor, 15 inches. Maybe if the plans call for a 15-inch pipe, we say we'd rather have an 18-inch pipe. Maybe if we've talked about the 100-year storm event. Why not a 100-year storm event plus a robust margin of error? Maybe things like what we see here on 3 Island South won't happen. And then we can take this another direction also.
Randy White, please.
Thanks, Tom. Time's up.
Edmund Lasanta.
Good evening. My name is Edwin La Santa, 459 Harrison Road. I live here since 2004, and this was the greatest amount of rain that we ever seen in my life. And unfortunately, she's gone already, but I feel for the young lady because she has major concerns, but I'm not really talking about that. I want to know what's going to happen to Stacy Kifolo, the deputy assistant manager that is on suspension, because previously when I came here, I heard this great fake outrage about my great commissioner, Marisa Avila Vasquez, that she was disrespectful to Mrs. Kifolo. But I guess Mrs. Kifolo has been disrespectful to the commissioners, including Bradford, the mayor, and to a certain extent, Vasquez, because she didn't reply to her request for information. So where was the outrage for her behavior? She has a pattern of disrespect to all of you that should not be condoned or allow. So my concern is she going to be fired or she's going to be kept in the payroll from my taxes? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris Collier, please.
Thank you. So the lady admitted that they moved more dirt today to prevent those properties from flooding. So she just admitted that they're moving dirt to keep her new houses from flooding. I'd just like to point that out. I did think it was funny that my house was removed from the flood zone a while ago. It seemed very strange. Now I'm kind of wondering if that had anything to do with the hands that were moving in that development that was approved clearly in a wetland. My next couple questions are, why am I out clearing storm grates and slowing water 6 days for the city? Why wasn't the 10-inch pump that was on that development used prior to the storm? They said it was available. Why are you not using the surrounding almost dry retention ponds? Where are the records of storm maintenance? Are there even records of storm maintenance? I had my employees always have record of clearing weirs, outfalls, water control structures. Why are pumps like 1544 pumping in certain pumps but not others? What's the plan for preventing this again? Because 100% of this flooding was not preventable. That is for sure. But at least 75% of this was 100% preventable. A few months ago, I couldn't even get my boat up Dewberry Creek. I like to go up there and go bow fishing. And the river was so low, I couldn't even get my boat up there. But yet, Three Islands Lake, along with the rest of the lakes in Deltona, were slap full. That doesn't make sense to me. Furthermore, it will inevitably happen again unless some changes are made. You should have taken that 16 acres and made a 16-acre retention pond with plants like Sagittaria lanceolata, Sagittaria lancifolia, bulrush, valsinaria, fragrant water lily, buttonbush. Since we're on the numbers thing, 16 acres, 8-foot average depth, that's approximately, real quick math, 5.5 million cubic feet of water that development could hold. So I don't know, the engineers can go look at how much water that would move from our houses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Elbert Bryant.
Good evening. You know, on October 12th, 2022, 5 hours and 27 minutes into the meeting, a commissioner stated that a firefighter union employee got written up by the deputy manager. After 3 PRRs by 3 different people, there is absolutely no evidence of that at all, period. So flat out lie. I've asked for the complaints that Stacy filed to HR. I got told that it's exempt under confidentiality, Florida statute 119.071D1. You know what that's for? That's for lawyers. The grievance was against the city manager, not a lawyer. You can't protect her by calling her a lawyer when she's a manager. If you do, then we'll take it to the bar and say, she's got dual roles. Interesting, isn't it? So, that we have to look at real seriously, because you can't hide a manager under a lawyer's role. You can't. The other thing is, we have sat here this whole night listening to what we thought might be intelligent people. Key word, thought. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're intelligent. Just because you took 10 years of college doesn't mean you're intelligent. Somebody said something to the fact that in my lifetime, we'll never see it again. Well, that's funny. My grandfather lived to be 99. They said that a lot of times to him. He saw a lot of crap that he wasn't supposed to see then. So I guess everybody that said that believes they're going to be dying tomorrow or the next day. Really odd. Now, somebody said something about spending too much time in college and not enough time in high school. That sounds familiar too, because, you know, for the last 7 years, I have stood here and asked for y'all to work on what? Oh, that's right, infrastructure, stormwater, roads. And yet, here we are today, talking about something that you want to build on a freaking swamp? Really? Really? Now, I understand we can mitigate wetlands, which I think should be outlawed in the state of Florida, because the Indians, the native Indians of Florida, said that the land of Florida was what? Oh, the many lands of swamps. So the water might recede, it might dry up, but it comes back. Everywhere in Florida, it's been known to happen, more times than one. You can dry a lake, 5 years later, you'll get a storm, you'll have that lake again. One other thing I want to say is that in all the time I've been coming here for the last 20 some odd years, I have never seen so little compassion out of certain commissioners. To show so little compassion for humanity is beyond me.
Thank you, sir.
Brandy White?
Brandy White, Deltona. I just want to touch on a few things. It was a great overview and breakdown of the basins and flow from Phyllis. That was exceptional. That really helped us, figure out some of that. The residents are looking for a little bit more specifics, though, if I can get some updates on some of these areas. For example, Haneland, the opposite side that I was working on over by 2111, they have a rotten egg smell. She has a disabled son, and she's trying real hard to work with the flooding all in that cul-de-sac. It's about knee-high still. She said to me that she wouldn't keep mentioning it to me, but she hasn't heard from anybody from the city. I know I've sent in emails personally, and she's having some issues with taking care of her disabled adult son because of the flooding issues. Also, like we mentioned on Lake Helenosine Road, that bend right there, near collisions constantly. If you're in that far lane and you try to stay in your lane, that whole side of Lake Helenosine Road is washed out, including the road. Somebody's going to end up in that lake. Also, can I get an update on Tulsa? What has been done, what is going to be done? Same thing with Riverhead in Lake Windsor. I saw the pump. It looks like it's pumping to another body of water, which is then being pumped to another body of water, but it kind of bypasses what looks to be a storm drain. So if we could get an update on that. Also, how many gallons do you think in a cul-de-sac can hold? So if we use the statement of 5,000 gallons at a time by using a truck, then I say let the truck start rolling. It might not be worth it in general to anybody here, but to those whose houses that you're going to save, it's going to be priceless. There's an empty retention pond still super deep on Elkham. I really don't understand, even if it's 5,000 gallons at a time, bringing those water level downs for those houses will make a big difference to them. I want to touch base on the grant writer needed. We have residents who's offered this skill years ago. They've been grant writers. They know everything about grant writing, and they've offered their skills and assistance, so I don't know why we haven't taken them up on that. With that said, I'd be remiss not to mention the whole interim city manager selection. I thought it was a little odd that, 6 of you guys agreed on someone, but then you took a vote and decided to go with the 4-2 with no price tag attached. That's my biggest concern. There's zero price tag. So what happens if, let's say, the price tag comes back to be well over what we've been paying, and let's say it's over $200,000? Do we just give it because now you've already voted it? I'm really confused on how that process works. When you take a vote and you want to place somebody and he's already working, what if his package comes back to be exorbitant and not something that we're willing to foot? What happens then? There seems to be a lot of, cart before the horse going on. Other than that, I think the only other updates I'm looking for, again, is off of Lake Honosing Road. As you guys mentioned, those houses, if you're going from Catalina towards Elkham, it would be on the right-hand side. They are still underwater, including the houses. I don't know if you guys know, there's a street that kind of goes back behind there. Those houses are also completely underwater. That's about all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that closes public comments.
Okay, next up is going to be consent agenda. Do we have any comments on the consent agenda items? Did anyone fill out anything for comments on consent?
Mayor.
Okay, then we'll go to the consent agenda. This evening we have 3 items. Consent agenda item A is a community development analysis of impediments contract request for approval to award an amount not to exceed $30,000 to the Florida Housing Coalition. Item B, request approval of award of bid number PW 22046 to McMahon Construction Company for the Fisher Wastewater Facility improvements in the amount of $1,183,500. And item C, request approval to award bid PW 22049 for the as-needed chemicals and chemical feed equipment to Hawkins, Inc. at an annual budget expenditure of $600,000 for as-needed chemicals and an annual budgeted expenditure of $40,000 for as-needed chemical feed equipment for a total of $640,000. So, commissioners, do we have a motion for this?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to accept consent items A, B, and C.
I'd like to pull B because I have a couple questions.
Okay. I'll make a motion to...
Pulling B, item B, sir?
To accept A and C.
Okay, there's a motion from Commissioner Bradford for items A and C, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we vote, please, on A and C? And motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Sosa, item B. That is the request or approval of the bid for the Fisher Wastewater Treatment Facility improvements.
Okay, we're looking to put $1.2 million into upgrades or repairs into this plant. I know there was discussion about the solid waste not going to that plant anymore to be shipped to DeBerry to the county plant.
Commissioner, can you talk into your mic or turn? Commissioner King can't hear.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I'll start over again. We got a $1.2 million upgrade to this Fisher plant. We had discussed about potentially moving the solid waste from Fisher to the DeBerry plant, which is run by the county. Are we still looking to do that?
Commissioner Sosa, I haven't had a chance to talk to the ICM very much since he's been here. He's been very busy. We have to do this upgrade to Fisher. It's actually a change in process for removal of nitrogen from the wastewater plant. This is part of the consent order that we entered into about a year and a half ago with DEP. So this is something we have to do to be able to get through the remainder of the 5-year permit that was issued for the Fisher plant.
Okay. So that project about shipping to the counties still
in discussion.
Still in discussion?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to make a motion for approval for item B, sir?
I'd like to make a motion to approve and to proceed with the project to make necessary improvements to the Fisher Treatment Facility.
Properly moved by Commissioner Sosa, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we vote, please? Motion passes 7-0. Next up, special reports and requests. Any special reports and requests? Commissioner Ramos, Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick report as it relates to the TPO. The Executive Committee met 2 weeks ago, and we're looking forward to having Colleen, who's our interim executive director, to be the executive director for the TPO. So if all goes well, at the end of the month meeting, we're looking for her to continue to move forward.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I could not remember if ICM is going to bring this up, so I'm bringing it in his comments. We have two gentlemen that have spent a lot of hours throughout post-hurricane, both Chris's. They provided invaluable drone footage to homeowners, right? They have been diligent about posting on social media. They have gone charging nothing to do this, and I talked to ICM regarding the two of them coming and presenting at our next commission meeting. Small presentation, maybe 6 to 7 minutes each, to show us the footage that they have, because it's pretty compelling, and I think that the public that aren't on social media be able to see this along with the commissioners. It's pretty stark, it's pretty grave, and I think that we should see that and recognize that we've had a lot of hard workers, right? But I'm just saying so that we can see this and acknowledge the work that they have done on behalf of our city. So that is my request. I believe ICM said that I needed to get consensus, correct, sir? To allow that to be put on the presentation or on the agenda for next presentation.
Commissioner King, Commissioner Ramos, yes, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner Sosa, you have consensus.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have been getting messages and emails regarding mosquitoes. I know there's still a lot of areas that are still flooded, and I don't know how much it would help those areas with the spraying of mosquitoes, but I think it would help if we start doing it around the city of Deltona to start eliminating some of them going around. And it's getting worse on areas that have subsided with the water. So if we can start spraying around the city of Deltona, that would be helpful.
I think that the county was receiving grants from the state or from Fema regarding mosquito spraying, and they were handling that, and I think we were in discussion with that. Yes. Yes. So we're working on that. Okay. Okay, perfect. I just have one report. Last Thursday had a meeting, was invited to a meeting in Daytona with Jared Perdue, the Secretary of FDOT, the State Secretary of FDOT, John Tyler, District 5 Secretary, and Sir Bartlett from St. John's Water Management District, along with Senator Wright, and some other people were there as well. And it was very, very, I was honored to be a part of that meeting, and it was very, very informative in terms of what's going to be available and how these agencies, I mentioned this before when Commissioner McCool was asking how they are definitely looking at Volusia County, and the general consensus was that I think that from the state level, they did not realize how badly Volusia County as a whole was impacted. mean, they were focusing on Southwest Florida, and when they came here, when the governor came here and took a look around, I think he was in the shores and so forth, I think really they saw the impacts of this hurricane on all of Volusia County, and once they came and saw, they're ready to act. And I think that is very, very, it's good for all of us, because we all in Volusia County need the help. We need the financial help, and we need the support of the state and the federal government. And so bringing that forth, I think that this is a case where your government in action really saw the problems, and they're here to help. And so it's up to us then to continue to maintain those lines of communication and see what we can derive from that, and have meetings. And as you know, Phyllis and Glenn and everyone are very, very good about documenting everything, and the chief and so forth. And the more we do that and document our case, the better chance we have of getting some financial help. So that's it. Okay, City Attorney. Yes, sir, you're up.
Only one item really tonight, Mayor. When you approved and appointed Mr. Chisholm as the interim city attorney last week, or city manager last week, you directed us to put together a contract. I spoke to him and then his attorney on Friday, who provided me with a draft. Spent a couple of hours or so this afternoon with Mr. Chisholm, and we've got it down to basically 2 items. Compensation and term, and the question that I had for the commission was whether you might want to appoint one of your members to sit in to discuss those 2 terms with us. If so, fine. If not, I expect we'll have it resolved one way or another for your next meeting.
I would love to do that.
Pardon me?
I'm just kidding.
I think that I declined that role and I've declined it in the past. I'm not comfortable in my position to be that person. I know the former mayor always engaged in those contract negotiations, and I was not comfortable. So I have said before that, not me.
Leave it up to the professionals.
Did you prefer, Mr. Fowler, you prefer to have a member of the commission representing the commission, correct?
Well, I thought in those particular terms you might wish to have someone there. It's not the end of the world. If it's inconvenient or inappropriate, we'll work it out and we'll have something for you next meeting one way or another.
And Madam Mayor, I would absolutely sit there, as it's on record that I actually did not choose the ICM to sit. So I think that I would be a very neutral party as far as that goes.
And is that being on the side, whichever side of the vote does not matter in this case, right?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Well, I think Commissioner McCool, you're volunteering yourself?
I would love to do that.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I want to make sure that it is somebody who's going to be on the commissioner for the next year.
Which is either you or her?
I was going to do the same. I was going to say, rock, paper, scissors. So, either one.
Either way.
I would love to, absolutely.
Can you have 2 members on the board?
Well, there'd be a problem if there were 2 commissioners, because then, of course, we'd have the a possibility of a violation of Sunshine Law discussing it. So this is not essential. If it's convenient for one, yes. If there's an issue with it, we'll come up with something and you can address it at your next meeting.
I think that Commissioner McCool has volunteered.
Lots of time, absolutely.
She has volunteered to be that person. Commissioner Bradford?
That's fine.
Okay, then we would like to have a motion for that, please. Anybody? Is there a second? I'll second that.
I'm sorry.
Second?
Yeah, I couldn't hear what he said.
Or I'll second it. It doesn't matter. Commissioner King has moved to, yes? He moved to appoint Dana McCool to the, what did you say?
Yes, that's fine.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So I'll second that. So properly moved by Commissioner King, seconded by me. Maybe vote, please. Okay, 7-0. Commissioner McCool, you're it, baby. Okay.
That was it, Mayor.
That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're good to go then.
Can I ask another question? Were we not supposed to make a motion to officially make him as the acting, as they said earlier, or was it confirmed that when we made the motion last week that it was to put him in as our acting city manager immediately?
I think that there should be a motion to approve that because pending on contract negotiations. Mr. Fowler, do you need a motion? Do you need a motion of officially putting him?
No, I think you made the
Did we made
motion
it
last
last time?
week to
Okay.
appoint him and direct that the contract be drafted up, and I think I misspoke earlier. It's the contract that is remaining to be done, and that was why I brought it up tonight. If one of you wish to participate, because we're down to the more or less area of your expertise as opposed to my own.
I just want to make sure there's no question that, he is the interim city manager at this point.
As of last
His decisions
Wednesday.
are in standing per our motion.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chisholm, any comments this evening?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and be a part of this organization and to work for the city of Deltona. And it's exciting, as I've said many times, it's exciting to be a part of the process. And I think we're going to solve a lot of problems in the few months that I can be here and hopefully find you someone that can be long-term. Tonight was I thought it was a good meeting in many ways. I think it answered a lot of the questions the public had about drainage and the concern that the city has about the systems that we deal with. It is a very complicated process in itself. So there'll be I doubt that there will be quick remedies to some of these problems because of the nature of it, but certainly the staff has produced and is willing to be a part of the solution of this problem. And I want to commend Phyllis and Glenn. They both have done a super job in assisting in meeting the needs of the public and really working with me particularly. And Ron has been really good at helping me through this process. And I've enjoyed the short time I've been here so far. And I'm glad to find that I was appointed rather than just working because I like it. But I do like it, I have to tell you that. I enjoy being a city manager, and I've done it for a number of years, as you know, and I look forward to continuing working for the city.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commission comments. Commissioner King, you want to start this evening? Commissioner McCool?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things. I did not see on this week the Lake Shore project. I know that Tetra Tech was here. I did not see that. I want to have that followed up on. I know that there was an ask for additional funds, which I'm just already going to say no thank you. We would not like to pay that. It was not our mistake. So as we move forward with that, I'd like to see Lake Shore project get back here. We didn't choose the engineer. I want us to be cognizant of that and thinking about that moving forward. So I don't want us to be out $150,000. So I'm just going to say that. I'd like to give a really special shout out to State Representative Elizabeth Federhoff. She is always running in the background. She's offered aid. I know that I spoke with her during the launch of our EOC, and she was out there trying to help get equipment also, as I believe every municipality was scrambling for it. She continues to drop in and check on Deltona, so I wanted to thank her for her continuing efforts on behalf of the city of Deltona. So thank you. It's great to know that we have a state representative working for Deltona. Second thing, I wanted to almost tongue-in-cheek, but very seriously, thank Nick Lilly for speaking up all the time. He's become a great asset to our city, and I'm going to be unabashed and unashamed saying that if we do not grab that talent, that it'll be a loss for us before somebody else does, because he's putting himself out there enough. So I don't know in what capacity, but we need to romance him, and we need to get him here. He has broadcasting experience, and just hearing social media, him speaking in here, has some very bright ideas for our community that I hope that we latch on to. We're coming out of a very controversial time in our city, and I think that it's great that we have thoughts coming in how we can progress as far as the face of the city and social media. We do have a great PIO office. We have some hard workers back there. I see them working all the time, and I think that the addition of Nick would benefit our city greatly. So I wanted to talk about that. I also wanted to thank the commission for the drone footage. It was impactful, and I had one of the Chris's out with me when we had Commissioner King in a blow-up kayak, and I'm sorry I keep going back to that, but it's priceless. So thank you guys for agreeing to that. I think it will be very informative. I also want to talk about the firefighter contract. That seems to be an elephant hanging out there, so I would like to get an update on that, and where we are going with that. I believe that that is going to tie in to Ms. Kiflo and the asking about, what is her status, and I think that given the circumstances in which she was placed on suspension, that should be answered. I know that no one has contacted me with the city or anyone else yet to ask what transpired at that time, and I was standing right in the middle of it, so that would be great. I don't think that people from what I've heard, dislike her because of one thing. I think that it's because we asked her to dig up and we asked her to be informed, and when she did, that it disturbed people. They say that that you don't like people because they irritate your demons, so take with that whatever you'd like. She is no nonsense, and we've lost some knowledge there. I will tell you that I did spend about 20 hours with her because I was interested in some of the information that she had, so I made myself informed in case that she was no longer with us. So thank you for that, Stacy, if you're listening. I would like to tell our community to hang in there. There is enough water out there for fishing for marlin. But we're going to get through it. We have a great staff. We have a lot of people working really, really hard on this and at the beck and call. So thank you very much for that, to our city staff, our residents for being resilient, all the nonprofits that have stood up, the city and community of Osteen have been incredible. And I'd like to also tell out Stone Island, you're not a part of our city, but you do belong to our city, and we will try to push information as we can get it, as it relates to you getting help out there. If you need anything, Deltona Strong is here, and I want to just say that, it's been mentioned before, and I take exception to the fact that Deltona Strong is a political machine, because they are not. I don't remember Deltona Strong being asked this week when I was called to assist a domestic violence victim what party they belong to. So politicizing that is just really cheap, and it's not substantive. So I'm putting that out there also. And I would have never mentioned that because I am a past president of Deltona Strong, but it was sent to my city email, so I'm answering an inquiry of public record for that. So I want to tell you about that right there as well. So thank you very much. Thank you, Deltona Strong, for stepping up. Thank you for the work that you continue to do behind the scenes with community gardens, with taking care of domestic violence victims, with taking care of feeding those that are in need, and for actually getting out with boots on the ground. It's really, really appreciated. And don't listen to the other crap, because that's what it is. It's political crap by insecure people with nothing else in their pocket. So know that you're doing something right when you start irritating people like that and they come after you. It smells of desperation. Continue to do the good work that you do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quickly, just want to say welcome, Mr. Chisholm, to our ICM. I had a meeting with him today. There was two things we talked about in reference to everything that's going on. One was the mosquito spraying. So as soon as we hear something and we know something, because I know there's a lot of residents that are concerned about that. And the other thing was debris pickup. I know the trucks are out there, but some of our residents are not seeing them. So he did say he was going to follow up on that and give us a report to where we're at as it relates to the debris. And overall, I just want to say thank you to the city team. I think too many times they get unnoticed, but I want to appreciate them for their continued support to our city. And thank you for what you're continuing to do.
Commissioner Bradford?
Okay. I'm going to go through a couple things. Nick, I believe I responded to you. You had sent us an email. Just to make it very clear, whenever it comes to hiring and going through that, there is a human resource process. We can't get involved. As much as I could say, oh my God, I love this guy, you seem like an awesome guy, I'm going to let you know, let the process go through with human resources. We have an awesome team there, and they'll go through that process. Pretty much everybody come up today. Troy, I just want to say you and Terry have done an awesome job, with Deltona Strong. Thank you for the gardens. Thank you for, being out there during this in a time of need for the residents. You guys haven't been out there, clicking, doing photo shoots. You guys been just going out there and doing what you have to do behind the scenes. So, I wanted to tell you thank you for that as well. Tom Burbank did come up here. He also mentioned, which was a little concerning as well. I believe Nick brought it up too, food camps, the food trucks and handicap parking. I just asked staff be very cautious when we're hosting events and there's multiple events going on of the parking. I believe that was at the center, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of doubt they did it on purpose, but that's something that we need to be very conscious of. Edward spoke of, our Stacy Cofolo, the deputy city manager. Again, as commissioners, we're not going to interfere with this. We did request that the acting city manager, now attorney firm, to please get an outside firm to do the investigations on not just her termination, but the termination of a few others. So there will be an investigation done on that. And again, if it comes up to anything, hiring, firing, it goes through staff. And obviously that would be Mr. Chisholm's decision, what he does. I will support you either way. I will tell you, as Edward has said, I was personally disrespected by her. And actually was openly here. So, and I really don't like when I hear personnel being cursed at, screamed at, and treated disrespectfully with their peers around. Again, that was the same for Ms. White. Thank you. You did mention something that I mentioned too, which was the grant writing. City manager pay, unfortunately, I've been up here a couple times when we've done this, and it's happened the same way. You're right. I always thought it was backward. We had to put the cart before the horse, but that is unfortunate. I think it happened with Peters as well. And I think it happened with Cooper as well, just because we have to have that person immediately in a position to start making decisions, because staff can't go a week, 2 weeks, whatever it takes for us to make a decision, and neither can the city without a manager in a position. So that's why we kind of have to say, hey, you're appointed at this point, and then we'll work on that contract. So it is a little backwards, unfortunately, but without leaving staff and the city unmanaged, we do have to go that way. Mr. Chisholm, I will let people know, the next day he was here, he was walking through City Hall, and he was learning what he could learn. So he immediately jumped in, he got here and started working right away, which I want to tell you thank you, because again, just like you said, glad to hear you were here, and not just doing it on a volunteer, but you jumped in without knowing. So thank you. I wish you luck. We're a hard group up here. in all, I think we do support each other very well. We feed off each other very well. We have a lot of differences in opinions, but that can also be a good thing because it can also, let us talk through things and bring up, items that maybe we didn't think of in a great perspective. Debris pickup, we do need, if at all possible, Ron. I don't know if it is because I know there's a lot and they can't really gauge how long it's going to take from area to area, but can we get any sort of anticipated time frame? Because I do have people who are like, oh my God, I got to get this out here. I don't want to meet the rush. So any sort of schedule and hey, they're in this zone now and they plan on being in this zone would be greatly appreciative. Staff, again, I can't thank you all. And this just doesn't go to Public Works. This goes to every department contributed to this disaster. I mean, I can't think of one department that was left out and helping and standing together. And this just shows how strong Deltona is. We are Deltona strong. And as long as we continue to work together, we got to stay together. We got to continue to work together. We've got to take things that happen and we've got to learn from that. And how can we progress and how can we go? I want to thank our fire department in the union. They did an amazing event. I think it was last Friday. Their food truck and the sheriff's office. It was amazing. The amount of people that showed up, dropped off donations, dropped off goods. I mean, this shows you Deltona comes together. There's not just one group, two groups. There's not just a few people out there helping. There's a lot of different entities. There's too many to even mention on this dais that have gone out there and helped in one way or another. Some people do it behind the scenes and some people like to do it in front of the scenes. I don't care how you do it, just do it. So I'm gonna end on that. I'm gonna steal the Nike slogan for just the night. Am I allowed? We're gonna make it Deltona's right now. Let's just do it.
Commissioner
I should have said that
Sosa?
live, right? We're gonna get sued. I'm not stealing Nike slogan. Deltona, just do it.
Yeah, I just had a question to see if we could get some kind of tentative schedule or map put on the city website where it's updated for debris removal, because I'm getting a lot of calls and concerns about when debris is going to be picked up. And, I had to step out last Wednesday from the meeting, but I have still a lot of open and unanswered questions regarding the entire interim city manager, acting city manager. All right, so on September 19th, John Peters tendered his resignation with the caveat that he would stay till November to ensure a smooth transition. This commission voted 4-3 to accept the acting city manager's resignation immediate. So we created our own problem after September 19th. On September 19th, the commission once again by a 4-3 vote placed Marcia Seagal George as interim city manager for 2 weeks. That was made a motion and it was voted on for 2 weeks. On 10-3, Marcia's term as interim city manager expired. 2 days later, she suspends the deputy city manager Kifalo with pay. My question to Skip is, whose authority was the deputy city manager sent home? Was Marcia acting as our attorney or our interim city manager?
Interim city manager, Commissioner.
Okay, but if her term had expired on 10-3 at midnight, how is she still the interim city manager?
Well, if it had, she wouldn't have been, but it didn't.
How did it not? We only made the motion for 2 weeks.
She agreed to extend for another 2 weeks, and the commission went along with that proposal.
No, nobody made a motion or voted on that.
I don't think you did, but you gave agreeable consent by acknowledging it without objection.
I disagree with that. That's like me saying I want X, Y, Z for next commission meeting. Nobody says anything, so next commission meeting I should get X, Y, Z.
Well, perhaps, but I don't know what XYZ is, but I do know what transpired that night, and she agreed to continue for another 2 weeks, and the commission accepted that.
Okay. Well, I disagree with that. There was no consent. In my opinion, her term expired on 10/3.
Commissioner Sosa.
So,
Commissioner Sosa.
under Stacy Kiffelow's contract, Skip, what was her contract? Did it say that in the event that the interim city manager or the acting city manager or the city manager was not available, that she would step into that seat?
Commissioner, I don't know what her contract says. I've not seen it. You mean Stacy's contract?
Correct.
Yeah, I have not seen it. I can't answer that.
Well, what would be the criteria of the deputy city manager? The city manager is not available for whatever reason. The deputy city manager takes control of the city.
Except in this case, the commission elected to appoint Marcia as the interim city manager.
Okay, what is the legalities on that, though?
Well, assuming that you're agreeable, it's legal.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Sosa, I just throw something out there for you. I had a meeting on Friday with Marcia. I brought this exact same thing up to her in her office last Friday. And I said, well, I don't see where you had the authority to do what you did because your 2 weeks had expired at midnight on Monday night. And I said, if anything goes on from here, there should have been another motion, another second, and another vote. And she said to me, well, yeah, you're probably right, but that didn't happen, so I'm just the city manager. So she admitted that it probably wasn't a good way to do it by just saying, okay, well, all right, I'll be here until whenever you guys get an interim city manager. So I just want to put that out there because I sat with her on Friday, this past Friday, and that's what she told me, was that we probably should have made a motion, seconded it, and voted on it, and we didn't. So
just because we didn't do it does not give consent that we want it. So in my opinion, and legally, Skip, she should not have been the city manager. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe it is, and that's my opinion. And I wasn't here, of course, but at the end of the meeting, which was actually Tuesday morning, if I'm not mistaken, she agreed to continue on for an additional 2 weeks. The commission was all here, and the best of my knowledge, you all, by failing to object or otherwise questioning it, agreed to it, and then she did continue on. Now, would it have been better had you voted? No question. No question at all. But you didn't, and the fact that later in that same week or the next week, I don't remember when it was exactly, that she suspended Stacy.
She suspended her 2 days after that.
Well, 2 days after that, whenever it was.
So,
the point
but
being,
silence is not consent.
Well, that's the question then, isn't it? If I say, I'm going to do this, do you mind? And you don't say anything.
It doesn't mean I don't mind.
Commissioner
No, it doesn't, but I think you have an obligation to articulate an objection.
No.
That's why they have horse races.
Yes. All right. Well, let's go back. You know, in her contract, we need to see if she is the one that should have been put as interim city manager when Mr. Peters was technically let go on the 19th. I would like a legal opinion on that if I can get consensus from the commission on that. I'm sure it'll be no, but that's okay.
We voted as a commission up here, and part of our rules is if the commission votes and there's a consensus, then we go with the consensus. And that night, we voted to have Marcia as the interim city manager.
Skip, is that anywhere in the charter that happens, or is that just something we make up on the fly?
I'm sorry, is what anywhere in the charter?
Where If the acting city manager decides to resign and he gives an extended time to have a smooth transition, but we abruptly end him that night, would the interim city manager be gone and the deputy city manager now take the reins?
Unless you appointed a new interim, yes. But you did, that very same night.
Okay. So now, in going into this also, it was brought up on 10/12 that Stacy Kifalo could not be qualified as the interim city manager because she'd reprimanded staff over fire contract negotiations. I personally called Stacy Kifalo to confirm, did she or did she not reprimand staff? She said no. Now, not only did I take her word, I issued a public records request, which I haven't gotten back yet, but I did see one on the city's request for the same information, and it says no, there are no reprimands. There's no entries there. So that was false information to slander her.
Does that include oral reprimands?
There are no records.
No records, okay.
There are no records of any of that. So that means there's no records, correct?
Well, it means you haven't gotten any. I don't know if there are or not.
Well, there's no. Usually when a public records request is filed, it either gives you what it was or it says no records here. There's no records.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Yeah. Now, another thing that happened on 10/12, which I have an issue with, is it's not the commission's job to give consensus to an interim city manager to investigate or do any kind of investigation into staff. That's the city manager's, the interim city manager's job. It's not up to us to give consensus to start an investigation. I mean, I think we could go in one at a time and speak to whoever the interim city manager is and say, hey, look, we have a problem with this. I'd like you to look into it. But as a commission up here to give consensus to look into a staff member, I think that's wrong. Is it wrong or is it legal?
Well, I suspect it's probably legal. Whether it's wrong or not is another question, and I'm not prepared to answer that one.
Okay.
It may be inappropriate, but it doesn't make it necessarily wrong. You understand the difference?
All right. And then, getting to the whole format, who determined the format for the interview process?
For the what process?
Who determined the format for the interview process on 10/12?
Well, I guess the commission did.
For the interview process, no, sir. The interview process was the same that we used on the 14th, or the 2014. Everything, the questions, the format, everything was done the same as it was in 2014. What was changed is when the commission up here wanted to ask questions. That never happened in 2014. That was the change. It was consensus by the commission. The commission agreed that if we had time, we would ask questions. Commissioner Ramos then said, when you ask a question, you have to ask that same question to every single candidate. And that was the format, is the only thing that was changed. The questions themselves were exactly the same that we used in 2014. Correct, City Clerk?
Okay, well, who unilaterally decided we were going to use that format? I mean, that didn't come up before the commission. Did it
come up before the commission in 2014? It was the process that you guys have always used.
Well, just because it's a process we've always used doesn't mean it should have been the same process we used. I think that should have been up to the commission to determine what type of process we wanted to use to interview the candidates. I mean, just because we used something back in 2014 doesn't mean 2022 it's still relevant. It didn't work then, it didn't work now. All right, well, let's go back to that. Now, I've interviewed a lot of candidates for a variety of positions in my life. in my life, and that has probably got to be the worst interview process I have ever gone through. One of the things, who selected the candidates to be interviewed?
No, you interviewed every single applicant because I was the one that received all the applications.
Okay.
Nobody was left out. We wanted the commission to make that decision. That's why you had 14 candidates.
Okay, so we had 14 candidates. We had several of them that never had any city manager experience. We had several of them that lived out of state. And one of the reasons we struck Stacy Kiflo down was because we said that she didn't know anything about Florida because she recently got that job. So my question is, on Monday, instead of canceling the commission workshop, why didn't we go through this list of candidates and narrow it down and actually give these candidates more time, more opportunity for discussion?
Because there was a 2-week window that Marcia was appointed. It was extended the night when Marcia offered another 2 weeks. I repeated that. Excuse me. I said, you are willing to stay another 2 weeks. She said yes. Not one commissioner up here objected to it. It was, I don't even know what time it was that night, but I will take that on me. I should have said we need a motion and a second. I did not. I did not say that. Marcia offered, I repeated it to the best of my knowledge. I repeated what she said, and silence was up here. And then we had a 2-week window, sir. The window ended Friday at 5 o'clock, the following Friday at 5 o'clock. And then the Monday, we had the workshop because the following Monday would have been done. We didn't have the workshop. We did this instead because the time frame was at least another 2 weeks, and you would be back here doing the same thing again. It was a time crunch. That's why it was done that way, done by the city clerk's office, not by anyone up here, not by anyone out there with, like I said, the same thing. And Joyce, you're correct. In the past, when we had a headhunter, the headhunter goes through and vets the candidates. Do they meet the criteria? Do they meet this? When the applications started coming in, Marcia said to you, did she not? Every candidate goes to the commission.
Correct, and we wanted to give you enough time to look at them, which is why we didn't do Monday, we moved it to Wednesday, because I said, it's only giving everybody 2 days. What if they want to call references? What if they want to do Google search? 2 days is not enough time for 14 candidates. The more I was getting, and that's 3 candidates dropped out, so you had 17.
But my point is, on Monday, we could have looked through these candidates and decided which ones to move on to Wednesday. Because, like I said, there were several out of state. There were several that had 0 city manager, deputy city manager experience. So we could have cleaned up that list and actually spent more time on the qualified candidates.
I was actually told one of the reasons they were canceling that Monday meeting was they wanted to make sure staff had all resources to deal with the storm, and we got ripped apart the week before for doing regular business and not doing anything but working on the hurricane. We were told, how can we have a meeting right now when we have this going on? You guys are horrible. You shouldn't be having a meeting. Oh my God, oh my God. So we cancel a meeting so staff can work on that and focus 100% and not have anything else. And now it's being brought up, oh my God, why didn't we? So it's almost like no matter what we say, it's going to be the opposite. Just like when Mr. Peters, we brought Mr. Peters in.
It's my commissioner's comments and everybody's interjecting in them.
You're asking questions and we're just asking.
I'm referring to the attorney. He's the one that should be answering these questions. But if we're going to have dialogue, I mean, that's fine. I don't mind doing it because I'll do it when it's everybody else's turn. I just be quiet and sit here and listen to you guys give your 2 cents. But
in 10 minutes, we're going to have to extend the meeting.
All right. Now, this goes to Skip. Is there a state statute that says that every candidate that we interview has to be asked the same question?
If there is, I'm not aware of it.
So basically, we don't have to ask the same question to every candidate.
Unless you agree that that's the rule.
But we never agreed on anything.
I don't know.
We didn't. Okay, so once again, in my opinion, when I interview people, I have candidates with a variety of backgrounds, a variety of history, a variety of expertise. I should have certain questions that go to those candidates. I shouldn't have to cherry pick one question and make it a canvas question to every candidate. So now, Victor.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say this. This is probably the second time that I will ever agree with you on anything you've said up here. When you made the comment, there are a lot of games being played on here by members of the commission, from staff, and from former elected officials and folks outside. You are correct. It appears to be a lot of games being played at the taxpayer dollars. I agree with you 100%. So, and my last point is going back to this interview process. Why was there just a motion made by one person? And why were we not grading these candidates on a rubric and determining who had the highest score? That's the way it should have been done. It shouldn't be, okay, I'm going to be the first to make a motion, and, you know, that's it. There should have been a rubric, and each candidate scored on that rubric, and there wasn't. To me, that is a flawed system, and I think that's something really needs to be looked at. I'll go ahead and close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So just want to make a comment on the score of people that we interview. There was no score done for Mr. Cooper. He was just voted to be out. There was no score done. Just putting it out there. First of all, Mr. Chisholm, I'd like to welcome you to the city of Deltona. We look forward to your talent and helping us get through this, what our city is going through with this flooding and stuff like that, and going forward. I also want to thank the fire department, the state children and family, and Parks and Recs for your food drive on Friday. It was awesome to see everyone come together, and there was a lot of cars. I mean, I left at 1 o'clock, and the cars were still parked outside Dewey Boston. There's going to be a food drive on, for the New Hope services on Wednesday, so everybody who wants to go out there, doors, I think, open up at 9 o'clock. And I also just want to share an invitation from Fresco's. I know that they have planned it for the 8th, and they changed the date due to the Hurricane Ian, but now it's scheduled for Saturday, October 22nd, and they want to invite everyone to come out and have free breakfast, and it's dedicated to the first responders, and I want to add our staff to be part of that, because you also were part of the first responders during Ian. So it's over at Fresco's, Providence Boulevard, Normandy, and it's from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, and it's this Saturday. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. And I think, by the way, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, just a few quick things. First of all, I received an email from the Stuart Marchman Navigate program, and they are asking for, our program works with people who are undergoing their first episode of psychosis, who have recently experienced one, and they would like to provide some information about our program and the services that they offer, to do a presentation for staff and the commission. In order to be able to do this, if there is consensus to do this, if there is not, I will have Sandy and Sharon, they can respond back that if they'd like to meet with you individually, or do we want to do a presentation? Commissioners, that is your wish. Does it matter? Okay. Presentation? Yes, Commissioner King? Yes? Okay, so we'll pass this on to staff, and they can go ahead and schedule that. I'll leave that email for them. Second thing, Ms. Valerie Vadney wrote an email and asked that it be read into the record. We're not going to read that into the record, as is tradition. However, I will give this to you to please put into the record. So she is aware of that. I have a proclamation. I'm not going to read it. It is for Florida City Government Week. Florida City Government Week is October 17th through the 23rd, and it's all about Florida city government. Unfortunately, with Hurricane Ian, we did not have any chance to do any events, and rightly so. So hopefully next year, who is ever up here will be able to do that. Two more things, very quickly. I would like to give a big thank you to our fire department and our deputies. There was an incident on my street yesterday, and they were extremely helpful, professional, kind, and very thorough. And it's not easy being in that position. There's a lot of up and down about first responders. You hear a lot about the fire department on this dais at this point. But you know what? Until you did that job, so you got to go in somebody's house, so you got to haul somebody off, deal with an accident. You know what? It's not a job a lot of us would be able to do emotionally, psychologically, physically. Same goes with a lot of people that work for this city that are out there all the time. So let's be nice, let's be kind, because unless I'm willing to step in that job and go through that training, I don't have any right to judge. They see stuff that none of us maybe want to see or have seen, and maybe some of us have. So thank you for that. Last comment I'd like to make is there's a lot of misinformation, and a lot of that is driven by emotion that's out there. And I think that our staff, Phyllis, Glenn, did a great job, and thank you, sir, Mr. Hamster, for being here as well, and clarifying a lot that's out there. People are very emotional, they're upset. I totally understand that. And the city has done what they can in terms of pumping and moving water and trying to explore every single avenue they can. The county's offered us retention ponds. We're using them. We've got permission from private landowners to pump either over their property or to put piping through their property. All of that takes time. It takes time and it takes effort. And maybe it doesn't seem like it's moving fast enough, but every day is a different day, and every day something else comes up. And I'd like to say, last but not least, in terms of pumps, there's been a lot of accusations out there against me personally that I had the power to turn off pumps, that I turned off the pump at the station, the generator station that is next to my house. That pump works for the rib site. It's 23 feet underground. It pumps water from the retention area in the back, under Nardello, under Anderson, up through Mobley, and into the rib site off of Mobley. It does that all the time when the retention area behind that area, that street, is full, or when they need the water for the ribs. It's been pumping. The accusations that I had it shut off because I don't like the noise are completely false, because the only time you hear the noise is when the generator is going. And the generator goes on, it used to, every Monday at 9 o'clock for a test. Hasn't done that in a long time. Periodically, they come by there, they check it, they test it. The pump has been running since the hurricane. You can't hear it unless you walk down that driveway or stand on the side of my house, and then you can hear it and you can feel it. So I just want to clarify, I wasn't going to address it. But the commentary out there more and more is mind-boggling, that any of us would shut off pumps, that any of us would direct staff not to pump there, not to pump there. To what benefit? We're all up here because we care about the people, we care about our city. So if you have proof that somebody's doing that, bring it forward. Bring it forward. But if not, please don't disparage the people that are here all the time working really hard through this tragedy. And let's say we have people that are city staff members that have been impacted. We have city staff members that are flooded. In every way, shape, and form. We have people in the city hall, first responders, deputies, and so on and so forth. They themselves are dealing with that, so they have no inclination to cause anybody else more harm. Thank you. Thank you. Been here long enough. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, and we appreciate you. We are adjourned.